As long as your computer's on there.
Good evening, everyone. I'm Christy Robinson, Mayor of West Grey, and welcome to the September 15th, 2020 West Grey Council meeting. On item 1, I'm calling this meeting to order. All members of council are present, and we have a quorum. We are using audio only to conduct. Supervisor Hewlett, I see 3 hands up as I just begin my conversation here. I wonder if we could ask Deputy Mayor Hutchinson, why is your hand up?
I'm sorry, Mayor Robinson, I can't hear you at all.
Thank you for letting me know. We'll
Okay.
get this fixed up.
Deputy Mayor.
Members of council, this is just a test. I want to know if you're able to hear me. If you are, could you, so there is no connection right now. Thank you for your input, members of council. Appreciate it. One moment, please.
Members of council, are you able to hear me now? They're on my desk. Yeah.
Good evening, everybody. Just to let you know, we're taking a 5-minute break to try and figure out some audio issues. Audio. Mayor Robinson.
Hello, Lindsay. I've got my headphones on now. How is my audio?
It sounds very clear to me.
Now, I'm wondering if the other members of council could please indicate whether they're hearing me. Oh, that's wonderful.
think it's much, much better. Okay, good. Staff, thank you for acting so quickly. Members of council, we're adding an enhancement to the audio, so a little bit of work yet to do there, which is a-okay. Thank you. Thank you. Your thumbs up for me. Muted. Councillor Hamilton, thank you for leaving your thumbs up. All right, how are we doing? Are we good to go, everyone? Thank you, members of council. We'll just get the recording. The recording. Well, good evening, everyone. I'm Christine Robinson, Mayor of West Grey, and welcome to the September 15th, 2020 West Grey Council meeting. Item 1, I'm calling this meeting to order. All members of council are present and we have a quorum. We are using audio only to conduct this electronic meeting. Video is not possible at this time due to limited bandwidth in some areas of West Grey. Bandwidth is challenging our ability to do a complete video broadcast, so for now, we'll be sharing today's agenda on screen in addition to this audio. The agenda has been posted and circulated. The meeting is being recorded and will be posted on the West Grey website, www.westgrey.com. The technology for this meeting is being managed by staff. Before we continue, I'd ask Supervisor Hewlett to give an overview of some of the other key points for this meeting. Supervisor Hewlett, please.
Thank you, Mayor Robinson. If you get disconnected at any time during this meeting, you can dial 1-647-558-0588 and enter the meeting ID 821-2407-7874. Both members of council and staff have been briefed on the various features of the Zoom meeting software and will be using the raise their hand function to speak. Members of council will be using the green check mark to vote in favor of a motion and the red X to vote against. Each member of council will then be called upon verbally to confirm their vote for the benefit of any guests who have called in rather than joining us online. If you have any technical issues throughout the meeting for members of the public, you can send a chat message to myself, Cody Hewlett, Recreation Supervisor, and I will attempt to assist you. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Hewlett. Members of council, under item 15, we have a report from the Integrity Commissioners regarding a recommendation report complaint against Councillor Hergert. Later in the agenda, we have a report regarding the Council Code of Conduct. Both items involve the Integrity Commissioners, and I'd like to change the order to move up the Code of Conduct report following the report regarding the complaint against Councillor Hergert, in order to provide more an efficient time usage of the presenters. Are we in agreement? If you could just indicate, members of council. Thank you very much. Appreciate that. The clerk will so note that. On item 2, moment of reflection. Members of council and those listening, please take a quiet moment. Thank you. Item 3, declaration of pecuniary interest and general nature thereof. Members of council, are there any declarations of pecuniary interest and general nature? If yes, indicate by raising your hand. Councillor Townsend.
Yes, thank you. It's Councillor Townsend. I have a topic later with a notice of motion, and I just wanted to comment that I did contact the Integrity Commissioner, and council is allowed to deal with that, those that did attend the conference and those that didn't, per sections 4 of the Municipal Act, which state sections 5.2 and 5.3, which deals with our remuneration, do not apply as a conflict for us.
Councillor
So we just have
Townsend,
to let the rest of the council know.
I do apologize. I did not mean to talk over you in any case. So you are not declaring a conflict of interest?
No,
correct?
I'm not. I'm just sharing that result in case when we get to that topic, or even now, someone wanted to declare it and they don't have to.
Thank you. Any
No.
other member of council at this point? Are there any declarations of pecuniary interest? Thank you. Seeing none. Item 4, closed session. Clerk Sherbeck, please read the motion.
Through you, your worship, the recommendation is whereas the Municipal Act 2001, Section 239, subsection 2, as amended, authorizes councils of municipalities to close to the public a meeting or part of a meeting for dealing with certain subject matters. Now therefore be it resolved that the Council of the Municipality of West Grey does now go into a closed session at 6:14 p.m. with the CAO Deputy Clerk, Director of Public Works, and Administrative Assistant, Clerk's Department, to discuss items that relate to personal matters about an identifiable individual, including municipal or local board employees.
Deputy Mayor Hutchinson, are you moving this motion?
This is Deputy Mayor Hutchinson. I'll move the motion.
Councillor Townsend, are you seconding the motion?
Councillor Townsend, yes, I'm seconding the motion.
Thank you. Are there any questions from members of council with regard to this motion? Seeing none, all those in favor signify with the check mark. Those opposed signify with the X mark. Members of council, as I call your name for the vote, please state your name and how you're voting. Mayor Christine Robinson, I am in favor of this motion. Councillor Townsend,
Councillor Townsend, in favor.
Councillor Hergert, pardon me. Councillor Hergert,
Yes, Councillor Hergert, yes.
Councillor Shea,
Councillor Shea, yes.
Deputy Mayor Hutchinson,
Deputy Mayor Hutchinson, in favor.
Councillor Hamilton,
Councillor Hamilton?
yes. Councillor Hutchinson,
Councillor Hutchison, in favor.
motion carried. We will now be going in camera. Hello, everyone. Oh, one moment, please. Hello, everyone. Welcome. My name is Christine Robinson. Welcome to our public portion of the September 15th, 2020 West Grey Council meeting. I am looking for a motion to rise. Clerk Sharbeck, could you read the motion, please?
Thank you, through you, Your Worship. The recommendation is that the Council of the Municipality of West Grey reconvenes in open session at 7:07 p.m.
Is there a mover for this motion? Councillor Hergert, are you moving this motion?
Counselor Hergert, yes.
Councillor Hutchinson, are you seconding this motion?
Counselor Hutchison, yes.
Questions or comments? On the motion, all those in favor, please signify with a check mark. If you're not in favor, utilize your X mark. Members of council, as I call your name for this vote, please state your name and how you are voting. Mayor Christine Robinson, I am in favor of this motion. Councillor Townsend.
Counselor Townsend, in favor.
Councillor Hergert.
Counselor Hergert, yes.
Councillor Shea.
Counselor Shea, yes.
Deputy Mayor Hutchinson.
Deputy Mayor Hutchinson, in favor.
Councillor Hamilton.
Counselor Hamilton, yes.
Councillor Hutchinson.
Counselor Hutchison, in favor.
Motion carried. We are now in open session. We have a request to have a 10-minute recess. And then we will come back in 10 minutes and we will begin on item 5, which is matters arising from the closed session. And we will continue on with our agenda. Members of council and those citizens listening in, we will see you virtually, hear you in 10 minutes. Thank you. Hello, everyone. This is Mayor Christine Robinson, and thank you very much for your tolerance during the recess that we needed. We are in public session. Welcome everybody that is listening in. We are on item 5, which is matters arising from the closed session. Now, Clerk Sharbeck, do you want to start this, or do I go directly to Councillor Shea for his motion, intent of motion? I can say, first of all, while that's being determined, that as mayor, the only items that we went in camera for were the only items that were discussed. So having given you a little bit of time, would you like to respond to my question? Good. Councillor Shea, do you have any business arising?
Yes, I would like to make a motion, and I may need some help from the clerk or director of infrastructure in wording this. But I would like to move that any penalties related to on the water and sewage bill, any penalties for non-connection to the service be waived from the beginning of the COVID shutdown on March 23rd until such time as the COVID situation is considered resolved.
Thank you. Clerk Sharback, could you please help with the wordsmithing?
Thank you, Your Worship. Councillor Shea, if I could just clarify that it's the non-connection water rate and the associated sewage rate that's based on that amount.
Yes.
Okay, so if this captures your intent, that council hereby provide an exemption to Schedule C of Bylaw 25/2015, providing non-metered water rates where use of meter has been neglected or refused, and Section 4 of Bylaw 25/2015 being sewage rates, retroactive to the COVID declaration of emergency on March 23rd, 2020, through to the date that the emergency is terminated in West Grey. Is that the intent? To capture the clear,
Yes,
just because I'm afraid of saying the word penalty when although it says penalty on their bill, this is actually, it's the rates provided in the bylaw. And I think that's the intent.
Yes, I understand. I think you got it perfect. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there a seconder for this motion? Councillor Townsend, are you seconding this motion?
Councillor Townsend, yes, I'm seconding the motion.
Questions or comments, members of council? Seeing none, as I call the vote on the motion, when I call your name, please state your name and how you are voting. Mayor Christine Robinson, I am in favor. Councillor Townsend.
Councillor Townsend, in favor.
Councillor Hergert.
Councillor Hergert, yes.
Councillor Shea.
Councillor Shea, yes.
Deputy Mayor Hutchinson.
Deputy Mayor Hutchinson, in favor.
Councillor Hamilton.
Counselor Hamilton, yes.
Councillor Hutchinson.
Counselor Hutchison, not in favor.
Motion carried. All right, so we are now off item 5. We are now on to item 6, comment period. Supervisor Hewlett, have we received any emails, phone calls, or correspondence submitted in our Dropbox pertaining to this particular comment period?
We have not received any correspondence with comments at this time.
So we move on from comment period. Clerk Sharback, because we take the comments to a certain time. Please go ahead. I'm looking to see if there's any other comments, please.
Thank you. Through your worship, there was correspondence received and circulated to council. I don't have a copy of it before me. It was emailed regarding the Integrity Commissioner report.
Oh, I do see the author of the report has her hand up. Supervisor Hewlett, could you please unmute Alexandra Ferrier, please?
Thank you, your worship.
Thank you as well, Clerk Sharback.
Thank you. And just to clarify, I am not the author of the Principals Integrity Report, but I did send a letter that I believe was circulated yesterday. Do you still want me to make my comment now?
Please make your comment now.
Thank you. So my name is Alexandra Ferrier. I am a resident of West Grey, and I'm also a lawyer at Follis and McMillan in Durham. I do want to make a comment with respect to agenda item 15.1. And as we discussed, I did also send a letter yesterday. So agenda item 15.1 and the report of Principals Integrity address a complaint made against Councillor Hergert in her role as Vice Chair of the Saugeen Municipal Airport Commission, because she communicated directly with myself and with my client, Philip Englishman, who is also present. I have read the report of Principals Integrity, and I have carefully reviewed my file and my communications with Councillor Hergert and offer a few brief comments. For context, the underlying issue here is that my client was charged with trespass when he went to the hangar that he owns at the Saugeen Municipal Airport and then took his airplane for a flight from the airport. In addition to assisting him in defending the trespass charge, I have also been attempting to negotiate a global resolution of the tensions that have arisen between my client and the Airport Commission so that he can continue to use the airport for recreational flying without further issue. However, I have run into some difficulty in pursuing this goal as the Commission as a whole has been very resistant to communicating with me, either directly or through their lawyers. I did communicate with Councillor Hergert on a few occasions, and the content of our conversations was primarily related to the procedures that could be taken to engage with the Commission. The details of those communications were included in my letter and included providing information such as the date and time of Commission meetings and the procedure for requesting a delegation. Councillor Hergert never provided me or my client with any confidential information, and throughout our interactions, she always acted in the best interests of the airport and the municipality. I do also want to be very clear that on review of my file, Councillor Hergert did not speak or communicate directly with me at any time after the chair's email of June 19th, 2020, directing that future communications were to be made to him. I did reference something that Councillor Hergert had previously told me in a letter dated June 26, 2020, but that information and suggestion had been given prior to the June 19th email in the context of a phone conversation regarding a possible delegation to the Commission. To conclude, in both my professional capacity as a lawyer and as a constituent of West Grey, I have complete confidence in Councillor Hergert's professionalism and integrity, both as a councillor and as Vice Chair of the Airport Commission. I would be happy to provide additional information if requested, but otherwise that is my comment.
Thank you for your comment, Alexandra Ferrier. I do note that Phil Englishman has a comment. Mr. Englishman? Phil Englishman, please go ahead.
Thank
for
you.
Your comment.
Thank you, ma'am. Hello, my name is Philip Englishman. I'm a pilot, hangar and property owner at the Saugeen Municipal Airport. Was charged with trespassing when I flew my aircraft. I would like to thank the council for having an unbiased and fair representative at the airport. Mrs. Hergers is a real asset to the airport and continuously attempt to do things for the best interest of the airport. The report of the Integrity Commissioner is flawed as it is one-sided. At no time did the Integrity Commissioner interviewed my lawyer or myself to see what contact we had with Mrs. Hergert. Prior to the date specified, Mrs. Hergert informed us how to access the commission meeting, the time and place, and how to be a delegate for that meeting. To this date, the commission chair does not publish the meeting agenda. The report consists of alternative truth, which may have been corrected if the Integrity Commissioner had consulted all parties involved. There was no necessity for a code of conduct at the airport before Girazak came along. We all knew how to behave. Girazak has its fake complaint to divert from the real issues facing the airport. I do not know if the chair's animosity towards me is personal or if it's rooted in something deeper, but Mrs. Hergert is the only person on the commission who has treated me with basic respect and courtesy. Thank you. If you want any information, I'd be happy to give it to you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Philip Englishman. Cody, rather Supervisor Hewlett, is there anybody else that wishes to make comment before I conclude our item 6 comment period?
At this time, I am not seeing any members of the public who are wishing to make comment. I didn't go through previously. Members of the public wishing to make comment at this time may do so by raising their hand, by pressing the raise their hand button located in the bottom right-hand corner of your screen, or alternatively pressing *9 if you have joined us via phone line.
Thank you for adding that information. It's most helpful. Anybody else on the line or on the computer? Seeing none, Supervisor Hewlett?
This time, I'm not seeing any members of the public wishing to make comment, no.
All right, thank you. All right, that will conclude item 6 comment period. Item 7, public meetings, that is an NA on this particular agenda. Item 8, adoption of the minutes. We are dealing with 2 sets of minutes, 8.1 September 1, 2020 council minutes, as well as 8.2 August 4th, 2020 Elmwood Community Center Board minutes. Clerk Sharbeck, would you read the motion, please?
Thank you, through your worship. The recommendation is that the Council of the Municipality of West Grey approves the September 1st, 2020 council meeting minutes as presented, and that the minutes from the August 4th, 2020 Elmwood Community Center Board meeting be received for information.
Is there a mover for this motion? Councillor Hamilton, are you moving this motion?
Councillor Hamilton, I move the motion.
Is there a seconder for this motion? Looking for a seconder first, and then I will take your question, Councillor Hergert. Is there a seconder? Oh, I will look further down. Deputy Mayor Hutchinson, are you seconding this motion?
This is Deputy Mayor Hutchinson. I will second the motion.
Questions from members of council, beginning with Councillor Hergert.
Thank you very much, Chair. My only question is regarding 14.4 of the minutes, the Carnegie Library building. I was curious when that would be on a future agenda.
Madam CAO, as you're managing items moving forward, do you have a determination at this point?
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you, Councillor, for the question. I do not have a bring forward date, but let me speak with staff and we will put that in our reports pending.
All right, thank you for that. I do see Planner Spencer has her hand up. Madam CAO, is that, oh, I see her hand is not up. All right, well, thank you. This is a moving dashboard. Councillor Hergert, is that fine? We will get that information for all members of council.
Actually, Mayor, just curious, we had an agenda that was for March, the very first meeting that would have been canceled in March due to COVID. And I was curious when all of those agenda items would be brought forward. So yes, specifically the Carnegie Library, I'll look for the CAO to bring that forward, but there were a myriad of items on that agenda that were to, I would presume, be brought forward as per our business continuity plan. So I'm just looking for a few items, but I'll be in touch with CAO about that, or she can contact whenever it's
those
coming.
items, I can tell you, Councillor, those items are being processed and will be put on subsequent agenda items. Thank you for that. I've been reminded by the clerk, we need to vote on this motion. All those in favor, please signify with a check mark. Those not in favor with an X mark. Members of council, as I call your name to vote, please state your name and also state how you're voting. Mayor Christine Robinson, I am in favor of this motion. Councillor Townsend.
Councillor Townsend, in favor.
Councillor Hergert.
Councillor Hergert, yes.
Councillor Shea.
All right, I noticed that Planner Spencer had her hand up before the voting commenced.
communicated with Madam CAO, and she said that was fine to move along
Okay,
with our process.
okay, then Councillor,
Thank you for your clarity on that.
Councillor
So,
Shea, in favor?
Councillor Shea, state your name and how you're voting.
Councillor Shea in favor?
Deputy Mayor Hutchinson,
Deputy Mayor Hutchinson, in favor.
Councillor Hamilton,
Counselor Hamilton in favor.
Councillor Hutchinson.
Counselor Hutchison in favor.
Motion carried. Members of council, please clear your dashboard. Item 9, routine department reports, NA, on this particular agenda. Item 10, miscellaneous correspondence. Item 10.1, items requiring action. Please note, members of council, that we do have an addendum that has been circulated and posted. Beginning with 10.1.1. Request for council to recognize October 18th to 24, 2020 as Ontario Public Library Week. Madam Clerk, would you read the motion?
Through you, Your Worship, the recommendation is that the Council of the Municipality of West Grey recognizes October 18th to 24th, 2020 as Ontario Public Library Week, and that a letter be sent to the CEO librarian of the West Grey Public Library confirming the decision.
Is there a mover for this motion? Councillor Hamilton, are you moving this motion?
Counselor Hamilton, I move the motion.
Councillor Shea, are you seconding this motion?
Councillor Shea, I second the motion.
Questions or comments from members of council? Seeing none. Members of council, as I call your name for the vote, please state your name and how you are voting. Mayor Christine Robinson, I am in favor of this motion. Councillor Hutchinson.
Counselor Hutchison in favor.
Councillor Hamilton.
Counselor Hamilton, yes.
Deputy Mayor Hutchinson.
Deputy Mayor Hutchinson, in favor.
Councillor Shea.
Councillor Shea, yes.
Councillor Hergert.
Counselor Hergert, yes.
Councillor Townsend.
Counselor Townsend in favor.
Motion carried. On the addendum item, which is listed as item 10.1.2, request to raise the Terry Fox flag. Clerk Scharbeck, would you read the motion?
Through Your Worship, the recommendation is that the Council of the Municipality of West Grey hereby approves the raising of the Terry Fox flag at the municipal office from September 16th to September 21st, 2020.
Is there a mover for this motion? Deputy Mayor Hutchinson, are you moving this motion?
Deputy Mayor Hutchinson, I'll move the motion.
Is there a seconder for this motion? Councillor Hutchinson, are you moving, or rather, are you seconding this motion?
Counselor Hutchison seconds the motion, yes.
Thank you. Questions or comments from members of council? Councillor Hergert.
Thank you, Chair. Well, I'm quite supportive of the Terry Fox organization and the run. I will not be supportive of raising the flag. As the council knows, we have said yes to some and we have said no to others. And I do not wish to be part of that. I find great satisfaction in the Canadian flag and I don't wish to see any others at this time. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other questions or comments from members of council? On the vote then, as I call your name for the vote, please state your name and how you are voting. I will begin. Mayor Christine Robinson, I am in favor of this motion. Councillor Townsend.
Counselor Townsend in favor.
Councillor Hergert.
Councillor Hergert, no.
Councillor Shea.
Councillor Shea, yes.
Deputy Mayor Hutchinson.
Deputy Mayor Hutchinson, in favor.
Councillor Hamilton.
Counselor Hamilton, yes.
Councillor Hutchinson.
Counselor Hutchison in favor.
Motion carried. Thank you. The particulars for this item, Madam CAO, will be circulated via email and announced through news and notices. Is that correct, Madam CAO? How are we dealing with this?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Yes, it's my understanding that the clerk's office has the contact information and will be arranging a time, which I believe is happening tomorrow. So an email will be the best way for us to communicate that.
Wonderful. Thank you for that. Now we're moving on to item 10.2, items for information. Item 10.2.1 is a letter from the Ministry of Agriculture, Food and Rural Affairs regarding the partial proclamation of the Security Form Trespass and Protection of Food Safety Act 2020. In addition, on item 10.2, there is a letter from the Ministry of Municipal Affairs and Housing regarding exercising authority under the current emergency order in relation to staff deployment. Clerk Sharback, could you read the motion?
Through you, Your Worship, the recommendation is that the Council of the Municipality of West Grey receive correspondence items not otherwise dealt with.
Is there a mover for this motion? Councillor, let me see. Councillor Hamilton, are you moving this motion?
Councillor Hamilton, I move the motion.
Councillor Hutchinson, are you seconding this motion?
Councillor Hutchinson seconds the motion.
Questions or comments, members of council? If so, raise your hand. Seeing none, on the vote. I'll just remind members of council as I call your name, state your name and state how you're voting. Mayor Christine Robinson, I am in favor of this motion. Councillor Hutchinson.
Councillor Hutchinson in favor.
Councillor Hamilton.
Councillor Hamilton, yes.
Deputy Mayor Hutchinson.
Deputy Mayor Hutchinson in favor.
Councillor Shea.
Councillor Shea, yes.
Councillor Hergert.
Councillor Hergert, yes.
Councillor Townsend.
Councillor Townsend in favor.
Motion carried. Item 11, future committee meetings. You'll see on item 11.1 a listing of all the future meetings that are coming up. Item 12, communications from mayor and members of council. I'll begin. I will go to the deputy and then I will move around the virtual horseshoe. So to begin, the Highway 10 transit route between Owen Sound and Orangeville is launched. Service is free until October 31st. Rides must be booked in advance. Please go to www.gray.ca/GTR or call 226-910-1001. I'm also very excited to let everyone know, as I have in the past, that the Grey Road 4 route from Flesherton to Walkerton, so that certainly goes through Durham and a portion of West Grey, will start on October 5th. This is very exciting news that there is a transit route through West Grey. I'm pleased to announce that the West Grey Fire Department and the Elmwood Fire Department on the West Grey side received its water tanker shuttle accreditation. And that is absolutely positive for ratepayers. Those that live within a 10-kilometer of one of our fire station, there could be a possibility of receiving a reduction on fire insurance premium, but that is all dependent on your insurance company. In addition, Grey Roots featured a beautiful Binkle Brothers thrashing machine in Neustadt, which was built around the 1890s. If you go on the Grey Roots Facebook page, you will see this. The Durham Hospital Foundation will be having a virtual Boots and Bling fundraiser on October 17th. Keep checking the Durham Hospital fundraising or the Durham Hospital Foundation Facebook page for ongoing details. I also want to let everyone know, this is exciting news as well, that the Durham and District Horticultural Society is having a plant sale on September 26th from 9 to noon. It's at the Riverside Park in Durham. Please check their website. Members of council, those listening in, I just encourage you to shop local by observing all the public health protocols. Thank you very much for your time. Deputy Mayor Hutchinson, please.
Thank you, Mayor Robinson. This is Deputy Mayor Hutchinson. Mayor Robinson did cover a couple of the points, and yes, congratulations to our firefighters. We did attend that. It's quite a thing that they were able to do there, and they exceeded the expectations. So yes, I'm very much with the mayor. I'm very happy about the grade group 4 transit. I guess on another side or another note, it's really nice to see our children back to school. I had my grandchildren up there, and there's lots of kids running around, so they look pretty pleased to be back. Other than that, Grey County Council is going to be going back in October. We're not sure how that's going to look, but they are going to be getting the chamber set up. So we'll be going back, and maybe that'll be a template or a model that we can look at as things get closer. And that's all I have. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Shea.
Thank you, Your Worship. It's Councillor Shea. I was very pleased to attend the first meeting since the beginning of COVID of the West Grey Accessibility Advisory Committee last week. And I was particularly heartened because we had 2 West Grey staff elect to join us, Jonathan Zettel from the CAO's office and Vance Shurinsky, the Director of Public Works, participated, and it really made the members of that committee feel like they were being taken seriously, and that there was possibilities of improvement and increased access throughout West Grey. Jonathan in specific presented a draft accessibility plan, and the committee is going to take that, is taking that under advisement. We'll study it and get back to him with responses. But the committee also passed a couple of resolutions, and I'm a little bit unclear on the process of how resolutions migrate from the committee level to council level. I'll just summarize that the 2 recommendations. One was that West Grey Council try to ensure that the Highway 4 or County Road 4 transit service use accessible buses, which I understand is not currently the plan, and further that West Grey coordinate with the hospital to ensure there is sidewalk access to the south entrance of the hospital, which is not currently available. But as I say, I'm not really sure. I'll coordinate with the clerk to better understand how to get a resolution moved from committee to council. But I just wanted to summarize that activity. Thank you.
Wonderful, and thank you very much for reporting on that, Councillor Shea. I can tell you the way you're suggesting to coordinate with the clerk is the most appropriate way to do so, to have those resolutions brought forward. I can also tell you there was a report on the last Grey County Council Committee of the Whole meeting that addressed the transit options, and in that there was an option to also explore accessibility buses, and I believe that report will be brought forward. I will connect with you on that to ensure that you receive that, and also members of this council as well. Anything further, Councillor Shea?
No, that's terrific. Thank you very much.
Thank you as well. Councillor Herger, please.
Very much, Chair. I have 3 items that I'd like to bring up. First off, I noticed that there's some signs up in Durham at the Heritage Bridge Park, and fundraising has commenced, or continues actually in a different fashion, for the Durham West Grey Lions Club. So if there's any generous members of the community, you can contact a Lion Club member and show your support for the Heritage Bridge Park redevelopment. As well, earlier this afternoon, we received an email from MPP Bill Walker's office regarding money from the province that will be directed to hospitals. We're not exactly sure how much our local hospital will receive, but we are generous. They are generous, and we are grateful. The last thing I'd like to report on is that the Durham Library will be reopening for September 22nd. And that will be for book browsing. If you need to do some online computer access, should call ahead. And you can always check their website for further information or use the Libby app online. That's all. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you very much for that report. Yes, the media release coming out from MPP Bill Walker that just came out prior to this meeting will be put on a subsequent meeting for communications. But in the press release, MPP Walker, as well as being the Associate Minister of Energy, advises that, and I'm just looking on this, that there will be funding that will be going with respect to the Durham site. Funding will allow the SBGHC to complete several key building projects, including a roof replacement at the Durham site and air handling unit replacement at the Walkerton site, and the continuation of a sprinkler system installation at the Walkerton site to meet the requirement for all hospitals to have full sprinkler systems by 2025. Okay. All right. Councillor Townsend, please.
Councillor Townsend, thank you. The first comment I make is that I had the privilege of attending the Durham Art Gallery AGM, and the intent was to find out just how they're doing in the COVID situation and sort of how they're going forward. The good news is they're averaging about 217 virtual visitors a day, which is looking great for them. And they're having lots of online programs, and some of them unfortunately have had to be canceled just because of the venue and the way those events would have happened. But check the website to make sure that you can see exactly what is available. They're also mentioned they're looking forward to West Grey coming back to provide some support in 2021 because it was not there this year because of budget constraints. Also participated in the compensation and service review project meeting with the consultant to go through sort of some fact finding and et cetera, and that included both West Grey in general and the library specifically as well. And also been participating in the Safe Roads Vision Zero webinars that are helping to educate us on the traffic safety working group initiative. Thank you very much.
Thank you as well. Councillor Hutchinson.
Yeah, sorry, Councillor Hutchison here. Just a couple of items. One, I just wanted to reiterate the Terry Fox Run is this Sunday, though it's a virtual this year. It's a special year, 40 years since Terry Fox started his run. And but it is virtual, which means basically you can get your own sort of cohorts together, your small family group, the ones that you have been socializing with, and do your own thing, sort of thing, and raise some money and send your funds in that way. So looking forward to doing that. It's as I say, it's special, and Terry Fox is one of those well-known heroes of Canada. Library was mentioned. Councillor Herger mentioned about the library opening up more and more each month or so. So hopefully people will be able to start getting back and using it a bit more. They have been doing a lot of curbside pickup, which is great, and they're continuing to do that. Just wanted to mention recreation facilities. Maybe our CEO or someone can clarify a little bit, but I believe that we are still moving ahead. Ayton has had ice in it, and Durham is planning on putting ice in. So presumably we're looking at having some ice rentals and use of our facilities, halls, and so on. But again, I don't know all the protocols that are to go along with that yet, unless someone has more details on it. I guess we have to wait to hear more. So I think that's it for now.
Well, thank you very much, Councillor Hutchinson. That is all the information at this point with regard to our recreation facilities.
Okay.
Councillor Hamilton, please.
There we go. Thank you, Mayor Robinson. Just a couple things to mention. A few weeks ago, I went on a Black history tour of our local area with Dr. Naomi Norkey, and was pleased to have Mayor Robinson join us for the tour as well. Naomi has written books and articles about our local Black history. She's also a professor at York University. And so we had stops in various settlements by Black settlers in former Glenelg and Priceville, and the tour ended at the Old Durham Road Black Pioneer Cemetery. So it was really interesting to hear about these stories and the history of our area. There was a suggestion made that we consider creating some signage to tell some of these stories at some of these former Black settlements in West Grey. So I'm just pinning that idea, but there's certainly some things we could do in that area. And also just let council know I've signed up for a conference in October, and I believe Councillor Shea has as well. It's a FCM, or the Federation of Canadian Municipalities, online 3-day conference about sustainable communities. So I'm really looking forward to this opportunity to hear from municipalities across Canada about climate change and sustainability in our communities. Thank you, Mayor Robinson.
Well, thank you very much. We are now going to move on to item 13, delegations/presentations. Item 13.1, Grey County Climate Change Action Plan. Hiba Hussein, who is our Grey County planner, is present for this delegation. But first, Clerk Scharbeck, I'd be looking for you to read the motion. We'll have a mover and seconder, the presentation, any questions from members of council, and then we would call the vote at the appropriate time. So Clerk Scharbeck, could you read the motion?
Through you, Your Worship, the recommendation is that the Council of the Municipality of West Grey receives the delegation by Hiba Hussein, Planner, County of Grey, regarding Grey County Climate Change Action Plan.
Members of council, is there a mover for this motion? Deputy Mayor Hutchinson, are you moving this motion?
This is Deputy Mayor Hutchinson. I'll move the motion.
Councillor Townsend, are you seconding this motion?
Councillor Townsend, yes, I'm seconding the motion.
Thank you very much. At this time, I'd like to welcome Hiba Hussein to our West Grey Council meeting. We are all looking forward to your delegation. Welcome. Hiba, please proceed.
Good evening. Can everyone hear me?
Yes, very well. Thank you. Please go ahead.
Good evening, West Grey Council. I appreciate you giving me the time to be here. I'll go through my presentation fairly quickly, so I won't take up too much of your time. But Councillor Beth Hamilton had reached out to me and just wanted me to come join this meeting to quickly present on some of the work that the county is doing on our climate change action plan. And so I'm just going to be quickly taking you through some of that work, and then I'm happy to take any questions if anybody has towards the end. But some of this might be familiar to members who sit on the Grey County Council, or who members who might have joined at the workshop series that I conducted. But it's just a broad overview of the climate change action plan, and hopefully get some thoughts going on some work that West Grey is going to be doing around climate action. Next slide. So just overall, briefly, benefits of a climate action plan. So we've all heard the importance of the importance of climate action, but also the impacts of climate change on our communities. And so it's important to think about why to take up some of this work in our municipal councils, or at the county level. And some of the impacts to our communities could be the reduction of energy use and the ability for our corporations, but also residents, to save money, helping them keep energy dollars in the community. It encourages economic growth and green jobs. So there's a huge investment both globally, but also locally, and in investment in the green sector, and trying to innovate new technology and new job creation within the green sector. So it's important that Grey County and West Grey is at the forefront of that, and we capitalize on some of that funding and some of that job creation that's happening. It improves our energy security. It increases our environmental stewardship, so it makes us more cautious of our natural environment that we love and we want to protect. It aids in the protection of county-owned assets. This would also extend to municipal-owned assets. It creates a sustainable community through adaptation and mitigation. And ultimately, it improves the health and well-being of our community members, but more broadly, our natural environment, and ensures that we aren't feeling the impacts of climate change directly. Next, please. So this project started as part of a formal induction into the Partners for Climate Protection program. So the PCP program, as it's known, is a program that's been created by the Federation of Canadian Municipalities and ICLEI Canada, which is who is our consultant on our project. They joined together to create the PCP program to help governments such as the county and the municipality to create, to help them go through the climate change planning process. So their intent with the PCP program is that if municipalities want to create climate action plans and want to do some of this work, what are some resources that they need to be aware of? What are the process that they need to go through? What are some methodology that they can use to do some of that inventory work, that calculation work, and create a good data set that will help them in their climate planning or climate protection planning. So that's how the PCP program came to exist. It's a network of 400 Canadian municipalities from coast to coast. So ICLEI is a global organization, and they have it's pretty well established within a Canadian context, and they've been very at the forefront of climate change planning. So they've been a big contributor in terms of kind of helping the UN in terms of understanding and developing methodology around GHG emissions, and they've been really helpful on our project as well. So this PCP program has been really fundamental in helping us develop kind of the initial understanding of climate action planning, and the resources available and the grants available through FCM have been very helpful. Next. So the PCP program, as I mentioned, helps guides municipalities through their climate policy planning, and they've created this milestone framework which municipalities should follow through as they're doing some of their policy development. So the milestones include creating a baseline inventory and forecast. The second milestone is setting emission targets, emission reduction targets. Milestone 3 includes developing a plan. 4 includes implementing the plan, and then 5 is monitoring the results of that plan. As part of the Grey County plan, we are going to meet. My work will include doing milestone 1, 2, and 3 by the end of winter 2021. And then the next 5 to 10, 15 years, we'll be updating the plan and then monitoring the results of that plan. Next slide. Just so to briefly kind of go back to what we were talking about, why take up this work. So some of you might have seen the slide, but over 50% of emissions are under the direct influence or control of local governments. So local governments have a huge role to play in climate action. And this is why it was such a huge conversation and such an important conversation that County Council decided that it was important for us to do some of this work because we can have an impact on climate change. And so some of those emission sources that are under our control or under our influence include powering and heating our homes and buildings, transportation and vehicle use, generating and managing waste. And in some ways that municipalities can impact that is through our built environment. So as a planner, our official plan policies, our zoning policies can have a huge impact on our built environment. The way we develop our transportation systems or how we build our road systems can have a huge impact on that. How we manage our waste or in the waste programs that we have within our municipalities can have a huge impact on emissions. So there's a lot of creative ways that that municipalities can impact climate change, and that's one of the things that we're going to be looking at as a county is how can we help our municipal partners develop those policies that can influence the areas in which they have control over. Next slide. So our plan will identify a sustainable community and identify gaps in existing policy framework to achieve vision and goals that will be developed in the plan. So when we were first looking at developing or thinking about doing a climate action plan, one of the first conversations we had as a planning department was, well, what are some of the works that or policies that we already have in place? What do those policies do in terms of climate change? And part of that planning was to figure out what we already do and where are the gaps in the existing policies and what can the climate change action plan do in terms of mitigating some of those gaps or closing some of those gaps. So a big component of this climate change plan will be to identify those gaps to see what we're already doing in terms of at a county level and then put that through a climate change action plan. The plan is intended to develop a results-oriented policy document that will identify various projects and further policy initiatives that can be implemented. So we're going to, again, going back to finding the gaps within what that exists within policy frameworks, and then find different ways that we can close those gaps, different ways we can, different policy initiatives that we can put in place to achieve our overall GHG target reductions. Next slide. So one slide that I always put on when we're talking about climate change is this one. It's taken from the Waterloo climate change action plan that they have, but I think it's a good graphic. It talks about the difference between adaptation and mitigation. And so adaptations are anything that a municipality or a county does that that manage or impacts the impacts of climate change. So that includes putting in policies to prevent flooding, flood protection, any policies or design guidelines that we put in that affect the way we build or design our buildings, disaster management or plans that we create to manage disasters such as pandemics. Mitigation on the other side are any actions that we take to reduce the actual cause of climate change. So for example, automobiles, we know create a lot of emissions. So can we reduce those emissions through sustainable transportation? How we deliver energy, can we make that more efficient? Finding more renewable energy sources rather than relying heavily on fossil fuel, or as Ontario previously did, relying on coal, as coal produced a lot of emissions. Can we move away from those energy sources and move towards more renewable energy? So mitigation is really important because it looks at the actual causes of climate change and tries to mitigate, tries to stop the cause of climate change, whereas adaptation acknowledges that climate change is occurring. These are the impacts of climate change on our communities, on our infrastructure, and these are the steps that we need to take to stop that from having an impact on our infrastructure or on our communities. There are actions that affect that can address both. So urban forestry, complete communities, water and energy conservation are just some examples that looks at both and can do both essentially. Next slide. So the Grey County Climate Change Action Plan will be primarily a mitigation focused plan, and there will be two components of that plan. The first section of it will be focusing on community emissions, and the second portion of the plan will focus on corporate emissions. The community portion of our plan will be broken down into the 6 themes, which includes building, transportation, waste, agriculture, land use, and energy. The corporate portion of our plan will be broken down in terms of a department structure at the county level. We decided to break it down in terms of community and corporation because, again, when we were first thinking about how developing a climate change action plan, it was really important for us to focus on what we can do as a corporation to limit our emissions and to really think about how we are contributing to the problem before we went out into the community and asked them to take up some of these policy initiatives. So our goal has always been to be leaders in terms of climate action, to focus on what we can do to really impact climate change, and then ask the community to take up some of that work as well. So that's why there's been an intense focus on our corporate emissions as part of this plan, and really trying to understand what we can do to reduce our impact on climate change. Next slide. So some of the project objectives will be to understand our current and projected emissions. So we are going to be doing a baseline analysis of from 2018. So we're taking 2018 numbers and assessing what our emissions were in 2018, and then evaluating that from the next 10 years, 15, 20, 25 years, what the emissions are going to be based on a low case. We're going to base it on 3 different scenarios. The first scenario is if nothing changes. The second scenario is if we put some policies in place, and the third scenario is based on if we implemented the entire plan, what would our emissions look like based on those 3 scenarios over the next 5, 10, 15, 20, 25 years. And based on those scenarios, we're going to develop a reduction target and set of goals. So, for example, if one of the goals could be to become net zero by 2050. I'm not saying that that's our goal. That's what we've decided on for our plan, but that is in line with what the Paris Accord has suggested, that try to achieve net zero by 2050, for example. We're going to try to identify actions to reduce our GHG emissions. So this includes identify policies and action items that can help achieve those targets and goals that we develop. We're going to develop the document itself, and which will then help us achieve the milestones 1 to 3 as part of the PCP program. Next slide. So this graphic was created before COVID, so it looks very different now, unfortunately, but pre-COVID, we had planned on phase 1 and phase 2 of the project developing or establishing our working groups and committees, developing a communication and engagement plan, doing a lot of the initial data analysis, collecting that data, doing some of that calculations, that monitoring, and that developing a methodology. Establishing our vision statement for the climate change action plan, and then kind of developing some of those targets and goals that we spoke about earlier. Spring and summer of 2022, we were meant to move into phase 2 and 3, which would be to carry on some of that engagement that we had identified in our communications plan. We identify those plans and policies and programs that we wanted to include as part of the policy document, finish our inventory mapping and analysis, finalize our goals, and really start developing that document. Fall 2020 would have been to continue some of that engagement work, let everyone in the public and our municipal partners know that we have developed a draft plan, finalize our action items, monitor, identify implementation and monitoring considerations, and finalize the climate change action plan. This has essentially shifted. So we are still currently in phase 2 and 3. We're still working through our engagement. I think I speak about this in maybe a little bit further in another slide, but our engagement has completely changed from the way we had planned on it initially. As everyone knows, we can't meet face to face, which was the majority of our communications and engagement. So we have started doing a lot of online engagement and doing a workshop series and surveys. And so that has really affected kind of the way our timelines and the way we approach communication. So it's taken us a little bit of time to develop a new communication strategy and a new way to engage, but I think we're on track to hopefully have a completed or at least a draft in the early 2021. And so that's currently what we're working towards. We have also added another engagement session after the draft plan has been completed, as we've heard feedback from the community that they want to see more engagement opportunities as the policy is developed. So that's that's another item that we had to include in our timeline. Next slide, please. So as I mentioned, in terms of engagement, there are several committees that have been created as part of the Climate Change Action Plan. So Grey County Council decided to create a climate change task force, and this task force was meant to provide a strategic direction and guidance on the plan and provide input from a municipal level at what's happening in each of our Grey County municipalities, and then let us know what policies would work in each municipal setting. The Climate Change Internal Working Group is made up of various departments, various staff members from various departments, and they're meant to provide input from a corporate perspective and help inform the recommendations process and what would work from a corporate perspective. The Climate Change External Working Group is members from local health units, conservation authorities, organizations, academics, who are meant to provide expertise and suggestions and recommendations from a community perspective, and they're meant to inform the community plan. Next slide, please. So as I mentioned, our engagement has changed. So we've gone primarily to online engagement. So our online surveys, which was a general survey we did in July, and then we did an agricultural survey in August, play a bigger role now in our engagement. So we put more emphasis on that form of engagement. We collected a lot of great feedback. I think our general survey had about 230 respondents. So we're really happy with the level of engagement we got on our surveys and some of the feedback we got. We provide online updates through our social media. We did an online workshop series all through the month of August, where I held small workshops with people to provide them an update on the climate change action plan, and then get their feedback on what they'd like to see as part of policies in the plan. We've also developed a set of a set of groups we'd like to engage with. So these are key stakeholder groups that we've identified that are important to engage as part of this plan, and that includes the agricultural community, the small business and tourism community, the Indigenous community, and so these are all communities that we've identified as important key stakeholders in this plan, and we're focusing on targeted online meetings and workshops with these communities. And we are potentially having an open house with a face-to-face open house in hopefully October, November. This all depends on the status of COVID, but we are hoping to have a bit of face-to-face interaction if possible. Next slide, please. Okay.
That is it.
So I'm sorry, I went through a lot of that fairly quickly. So if anybody has any questions, I'm happy to take any questions.
Very good. Thank you very much for your detailed presentation. Members of council, are there any questions? Councillor Shea, please.
Yes, it's Councillor Shea. Thank you, Hiba, for this great presentation. I did participate in one of your workshops a couple of weeks ago, which I found very stimulating and informing. I'm curious, your title is planner at Grey County. Grey County has a staff of, I wonder how many, I think it probably counts in the hundreds. and West Grey has a staff of, we count in the dozens. My question is about where, how a lower tier municipality would try to engage with the sort of questions and processes that you are trying to engage with at the county level. Do you think that in a lower tier municipality, the sort of prime responsibility for carrying this conversation forward resides in the planning department or in the public works department, or somewhere? I know you're going to say it resides everywhere, but you've got 7 elected officials here. You've got about 7 staff, I believe, and about 7 members of the general public. So this is a great opportunity to help us sort of imagine how we could be moving forward more effectively down this same path that you're going down.
So I'm going to take a step back. So that's a really great question, and something that we've been talking about internally. So I'm going to kind of take a step back and just talk about the relationship I think this plan, the Grey County plan, will have with the work that municipalities do. So as I mentioned, it's going to be a mitigation focused plan. When we first started off talking about this plan, we were thinking about what we can do in terms of like what kind of supports we can provide our municipalities. So when I started talking with the consultant, we knew that we could do a lot of the data analysis piece. We can do the number crunching. We could figure out what the emissions are for each municipality in terms of certain municipal owned assets. We knew we could provide those supports. We knew we could do the assessment in terms of looking at what is the best place from an adaptation perspective for municipalities to focus their efforts on. So we knew that we could provide them with resources and recommendations as part of our plan, that the numbers suggest, for example, that this is the problem, this is the area in your municipality that has the most amount of emissions, and these are some areas that you could focus on as a way of reducing those emissions. So our plan will be really focused on providing those resources and guidance to municipalities and helping them focus on areas that can have the most amount of impact on emissions within each municipality. Ultimately, I do recognize that I am a dedicated staff member who's working on this a majority of the time, and that resource might not exist at each municipal level. And that is one thing that I have identified as part of our plan, that the county will need to find more ways to support our municipal partners from either a staff perspective or providing them with some sort of help, staff help, as they, at least in early stages, as they develop their sustainability committees or they develop their plans. They will need a lot of support from at the county level. Ultimately, I'm not sure what department is best suited to take up this work. Again, it is a pretty cliche thing to say, but climate change is everyone's responsibility. So it's not necessarily a planner's job or a public works job. I think we all hold the responsibility to do it together. So I think that's.
I think on that note, Planner Hiba, I thank you for that very comprehensive response. I want to go to our West Grey planner, Planner Spencer, and then go back to Councillor Shea if there's any further questions, and then on to Councillor Hergert. Planner Spencer, please.
Thank you, through your worship. I do want to say thank you, Hiba, for your very comprehensive approach to things. I hope everyone can hear me. So
yes, please go ahead.
Okay, thank you. What I would like to say is that yes, we're all very responsible for what we need to do, but I would say that the county is very supportive through our planning approach in all departments and lower and upper tier to support each other. So this is a really great thing, and I think we need to focus on it it might be in our own way. So I appreciate everything that you're saying, which is very high level. We'll bring it down to the lower tiers, and we'll figure out what we need to do that way. But I do appreciate everything that you've said, so I appreciate that.
Thank you, Planner Spencer. Councillor Shea, anything further before I go on to Councillor Hergert?
No, I'm just pleased to hear Planner Spencer volunteer to be our staff champion on this issue. I think that's what you were saying, wasn't it, Planner Spencer? So
I
no,
think I've
I'll.
heard that too, but I also know that our CAO will comment on that. But thank you very much, Councillor Shea.
Okay.
Anything else?
No, that's it for me. Thank you.
Fair enough. Councillor Hergert, please.
Thank you very much, Chair. I'm looking at your slide on page 28 of our agenda, which is the taking action on climate change. I'm looking at that and I'm reading that the adaptation part is not the section that we're concerned about. However, for flood protection, we already pay for conservation to kind of help us with that role. I'm curious, what role will conservation play in planning for the flood protection as part of your climate change plan? And I guess that's a question to Hiba, the planner, Grey County planner, please.
Planner Houston, could you respond to that?
For sure. So just to clarify, you're asking what role the Conservation Authority will play?
Yes, in the adaptation for flood protection.
Yeah, so just very quickly, the Conservation Authority already provides us with flood mapping, and so they're going to continue to provide us with that support. They also are part of our consultation process, so they can identify further changes that might be required to our policy, such as our forest management bylaw or anything of that sort that might need updating or that could have revisions that could further support some of the work that they're doing. So I think it's just to kind of reinforce some of the policies that we already have and just kind of reiterate some of the work that they're already doing.
Okay, thank you for that. It does seem like that is their mandate. And to Councillor Shea's point that we have like dozens of staff, and the county having hundreds, maybe near 100 staff. We have had opportunities at West Grey, such as electric vehicle charging station. This council denied that request. We talk about water power at the Middle Dam. That was the last council. They denied that request. Waste management, we know Chatsworth has a biodigester. We're not working with Chatsworth. I'm curious, what role do we actually have at the lower tier? If we say no to delegations about electric vehicle charging stations, kind of a most basic sustainable transportation initiative under mitigation, if we don't accept those delegations and welcome them into West Grey, what part of our plan that we prepare will be our responsibility? Like, we can create a plan and then not fund it, like through implementation. I don't think that's council's wish. I think that council really wishes this initiative to be pushed forward. However, when it comes to our table and we continue to say no to these items, I think that we could have already had our plan in place just on those few items that I've mentioned that have come forward. Thank you.
Thank you. And Councillor Hergert, really appreciate those questions. I'm going to ask the delegation to be extremely brief. I'm cognizant of the time and the balance of our agenda, but based on the questions and the interest from this, the council, and certainly your questions, Councillor Hergert, I'm seeing that this is an item that could be put on a committee of the whole for additional discussion and follow-up. So Planner Hussein, could you be very brief? I want to move this along with respect. If you could provide some information to Councillor Hergert's question.
I'm happy, I guess, just briefly, that would be something that the direction of council would have to determine the kind of the policies to be included, but I'm happy to do some research and kind of look at some ways that the county can support that.
Thank you for that. Further, Councillor Hergert.
Yes, thank you very much, Chair. As we take inventory of our own West Grey assets, we own part of an airport. I'm curious, how would we offset our emissions from the airport.
Oh, okay, I'm wondering, as I see the questions getting really detailed with regard to this item, I'm going to suggest that this item be put on a committee of the whole, upcoming committee of the whole meeting, and we can invite the planner back. Also have our planner in the discussion of this. So you're quite welcome. Councillor Townsend, Councillor Hamilton, is it possible to be brief, and is it satisfactory that we just address these concerns at a committee of the whole meeting, starting with you, Councillor Townsend?
Thank you, as Councillor Townsend. First, I'd also like to thank the presenter because it was absolutely excellent. And it's a great summary. I also thought I'd mention we are looking at some of the things you're talking about. Our new police building is going to look at that. You know, some of the lighting has been changed around. We're looking at those things. So I don't want to give the impression to the audience or yourself that we're not doing anything. We are. It's just not in a organized, focused, well, I'll say a plan at the level of what you've generated. So I really do appreciate you sharing that and showing us sort of how to get there. And then I'm looking forward to the counter to help us. And I also was going to suggest it's a committee of the whole sort of topic, not necessarily a presentation, but maybe a mini workshop or discussion to get information from the county and also make sure that what we're doing supports what the county is hoping to accomplish. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Townsend. Councillor Hamilton?
Thank you, Mayor Robinson. I'll keep it brief. I just wanted to extend thank you to Hiba for coming to council today, and also just to say what a great job Grey County Planning is doing in interacting with the public and really making yourselves available and building a lot of trust with our community. And I think our community is feeling heard along the way. So just wanted to say good job and thank you for coming today. And I think what I've taken away today is that the Grey County is first focusing on mitigation. So there's an opportunity for lower tiers to borrow your ideas, and that you'll be sharing your information freely is what I'm hearing, that there's space to cooperate. And perhaps we might want to focus our attention on adaptation at our local level here. So just a big thank you, Hiba, for coming today and looking forward to moving this forward. Thank you, Mayor Robinson.
Well, thank you, Councillor Hamilton, and that's a very nice comments directed at our Grey County planner. I very much appreciate that. So on that note, Planner Hussein, thank you very much for your detailed presentation. I have sat through it twice now, and I learned something new at each page on the presentation. I look forward to more discussion, but certainly on an upcoming committee of the whole meeting. I'm going to ask our clerk to refresh our memory on the motion before us, and then I will call the vote. Clerk Sharback, please.
To you, Your Worship, the motion has been moved by Deputy Mayor Hutchinson and seconded by Councillor Townsend, that the Council of the Municipality of West Grey receives the delegation by Hiba Hussein, Planner, County of Grey, regarding Grey County Climate Change Action Plan.
Thank you. Members of Council, as I call your name, please state your name and state how you are voting. Give me 1 minute, so I can put my check mark up there as well. Mayor Christine Robinson, I am in favor of this motion. Councillor Townsend.
Councillor Townsend, in favor.
Councillor Hergert.
Councillor Hergert, yes.
Councillor Shea.
Councillor Shea, yes.
Deputy Mayor Hutchinson.
Deputy Mayor Hutchinson, in favor.
Councillor Hamilton.
Councillor Hamilton, yes.
Councillor Hutchinson.
Councillor Hutchinson, in favor.
Motion carried. Please clear your dashboard. Members, we're on item 14, business arising from the previous meeting. Clerk Sharback, is there any?
Through your worship, I haven't received any notice of any business arising from the previous meeting.
Okay, we are now moving on to item 15. Staff reports is the title of it. The first report is item 15.1. It's a report from Principals Integrity. So 15.1.1 is a recommendation report regarding complaint against Councillor Hergert. Now, members of council, there are a number of motions / recommendations to be dealt with regard to this item. So I just want to provide a bit of a framework. The first motion that is on the agenda is to receive the report from Principals Integrity. Council will need to address all other recommendations contained in the Principals Integrity report as well. These recommendations will be addressed separately after the presentation from Principal Integrity. Also, Councillor Hergert has an opportunity to speak following the presentation from Principals Integrity. So that just outlines a bit. We'll deal with the motion to receive. We'll have the presentation from Integrity Commissioners, which is Janice Atwood-Petofsky, as well as Jeffrey Abrams. Councillor Hergert will have an opportunity to speak. There are, I believe, 3 recommendations contained in the Principal Integrity's report that will need to be addressed. And I think that is it for this time period. All right, so Clerk Scharbeck, could you please read the motion?
Through you, your worship, the recommendation is that the Council of the Municipality of West Grey receives the report from Principals Integrity, the Integrity Commissioners for the Municipality of West Grey, respecting a complaint against Councillor Hergert dated September 10th, 2020.
Is there a mover for this motion? Councillor Townsend, are you moving this motion?
Councillor Townsend, yes, I move the motion.
Councillor Hamilton, are you seconding this motion?
Councillor Hamilton, yes, I second.
I am calling for a recorded vote. I'm asking Clerk Scharbeck to handle it from here.
Through you, your worship, I'll call the vote now. And as per our procedural bylaw, going in alphabetical order. Councillor Hamilton.
Councillor Hamilton, yes.
Councillor Hergert.
Councillor Hergert, yes.
Councillor Hutchinson.
Councillor Hutchison in favor.
Deputy Mayor Hutchinson.
Deputy Mayor Hutchinson in favor.
Mayor Robinson.
Mayor Christine Robinson in favor.
Councillor Shea.
Councillor Shea, yes.
Councillor Townsend.
Councillor Townsend in favor.
And that is the motion to receive the report is carried.
Thank you. Now for the presentation from the Integrity Commissioners, I'd like to welcome Janice Atwood-Petofsky as well as Jeffrey Abrams. Welcome to both of you. If you could please proceed with your presentation, and we'll take it from there. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'm hoping you can hear me.
Yes, thank you very much, Janice. Please proceed.
Okay. I'm here as well as my partner, Jeff Abrams. I thought, we think that just for the benefit of the listening audience, we'll just make a couple of high-level comments about who we are. We are the Integrity Commissioner for West Grey, and we have been the Integrity Commissioner for you for about 2.5 years. We also serve in this capacity for about 40 municipalities across Ontario. just a little about ourselves for those who are listening in. We're both lawyers. We have spent all of our career in the municipal sector as practicing both as lawyers, and Jeff has been a clerk of a large municipality for many years. So we have both got over 30 years each in the municipal sector. So that helps, we think, with our perspective on these things. We are, of course, an independent oversight officer in terms of providing services as an integrity commissioner. And in that capacity, we provide procedural fairness in the course of investigating any complaints that do arrive. And all of this is detailed in the report, and I won't take you through it chapter and verse, but it's important that you know that in the course of our investigation, once we determine that we will be proceeding with an investigation, and that is a bit of a triage at the beginning to determine whether the complaint is within scope, etc. Once we have made a determination that we will proceed with an investigation, we immediately communicate with the respondent counselor to advise, notify of the allegations of the complaint, and give the respondent a full opportunity to respond to the allegations. And that is certainly the process we followed in this case. In that regard, I would make a comment with respect to one of the submissions of the lawyer for Mr. Englishman, that we did not communicate with either herself or her client. Indeed, in the course of our investigation, we found it unnecessary to do so. The counselor admitted completely at length the communications that she had been engaged in behind the scenes with Alexander Ferrier and her client. Suffice to say, when we conclude with the findings report, and prior to that becoming a final recommendation report to council, as you have before you tonight, we also provide a draft copy of those preliminary findings to the respondent, which we did in this case as well, and invite the respondent to provide us with any further comments or submissions. In this instance, we did not receive any further comments or submissions. So the complaint we received came from the chair of the Saugeen Municipal Airport on behalf of the commission. And the allegation, as is set out in the report, is that the counselor was acting in a manner that was undermining the collective efforts of the commission and really disregarding and ignoring the commission's decision with respect to not communicating directly with the individual or his lawyer, but rather channeling those communications through the chair of the Municipal Airport Commission or the lawyer for the commission. We concluded, as you will see in the report, that the counselor did, in fact, and as she has fully conceded, did engage in behind the scenes communication. And I would note as well that the letter that Alexander Ferrier, the lawyer, notes, which arrived June 19th, 2020, really, if you read the detail of the events in the report, it's clear that that was the final shot across the bow, not the first shot across the bow. In early September of 2019, Mr. Englishman notified and put the commission on notice that all future correspondence concerning the matters between the commission and himself should be directed to his lawyer. And at that point, based on our findings, the commission itself concluded that they would also channel all communications to the chair or their outside lawyer. So the letter that arrived in June, which Alexander Ferrier points to, that was in fact the final shot across the bow, not the first shot across the bow. All of which is to say that it's the very commission that put in the complaint, and the commission, we find, has had their trust shaken, and as a result, it would be our recommendation that the member, the counselor, step down to enable council to appoint a replacement member. In the alternative, it would be our recommendation that council remove the counselor from that particular position. Trust is a funny thing, and I think that it's difficult to earn and easy to lose. And it's certainly our observation in conducting this investigation that trust has been lost, and that if the relationship at the commission is to be productive moving forward, it will require another appointee from West Grey. We have set out our recommendations at the conclusion, paragraph 67 of the report. And as I say, we recommend that council formally reprimand, and that is by stating that the counselor is reprimanded, and that the counselor, if she does not resign her position, have her appointment revoked by council, which is within council's authority to do. And we are happy to take questions.
Well, thank you very much, Janice Atwood-Petrosky. Appreciate the presentation. Members of council, are there any questions? Councillor Shea.
Thank you, Janice. So I wanted to ask a procedural question. I thought in our original training that that there was some limit on the ability to relitigate the issue after the conclusion of the integrity commissioners and as it's being presented to council. It seems like we've received a couple of at least one, or no, a couple of submissions that are encouraging us to disregard your findings and go in different directions. And I'm just curious about how that all works procedurally. This is my first time doing this. It's most of us doing this for the first time. So if you could walk us through that, thank you.
Sure. Yes, there really is no restriction on individuals, members of the public, or the you know, in this case, the lawyer for Englishman, or anybody putting in a communication or urging council to go one way or the other. What we say to council is this: our findings are firm. Our findings are our findings. We conducted an investigation. We ensured procedural fairness in the course of that. We are an independent, I guess, adjudicator in that sense. It's within council's determination to to impose the sanctions such as they are, or to follow the recommendations that we provide or not. That's council's determination. Council can accept or not accept our findings, but our position is that council is not in a position to reinvestigate. Council does not have a role to do that. The findings are before you. We have been, that's the essence of what we do for council, is conduct an investigation and provide findings at this juncture. It's not the essence of what integrity commissioners do throughout their role with council. We do a great deal more than that in terms of training and advice. But in terms of an investigation, we are asked to conduct an independent investigation and provide our findings to council, and it doesn't really lie with council to reinvestigate. Council can accept or not accept, and it can impose or not impose.
Well, thank you. You have 40 clients across the municipal clients across the province, and you've probably done this more often than we have. As I say, this is my first time going through this. How is it common for councils to disregard your recommendation, or is that just like a real sort of?
I would say that would be very rare. That would be very rare for council to completely disregard the recommendations of the integrity commissioner based on the findings. Yeah, that would be it. I cannot say that it never happens, but it is rare.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Shea. Councillor Townsend.
Yes, it's Councillor Townsend. Thank you for your presentation, Janice. I'm wondering if you could clarify or repeat your comment about interviewing the pilot and his lawyer was unnecessary. I just want to make sure that I heard that correctly and clearly.
Sure. In the course of ascertaining the facts, because that is a an important function of arriving at conclusions, it was not necessary to us to investigate, to interview the pilot or his lawyer to determine the facts that the counselor had been in communication with them throughout the winter and the spring. The counselor was quite clear in admitting the various communications. So there was really nothing that would be necessary to confirm in that regard with the pilot or his lawyer. It was not denied. The counselor didn't deny that there had been, put simply, back in September, the pilot lawyered up. That's what lawyers would call it. The pilot lawyered up and said, listen, if you want to talk to me, you'll have to do so through my lawyer. So the commission said, all right, everything that comes in from them is going to go to the chair, and the chair will decide what will be going to the commission's lawyer. Now, once that occurred, all of the members of the commission were on side that there was not going to be direct communication with the lawyer or the pilot. It would only be channeled through the chair and the commission's lawyer. And so the allegation is simply put that the counselor was sort of working around that. And the counselor was quite forthcoming in admitting that she'd been working around that. So there was really no need to go and, I guess, confirm that, if you will, with the pilot or his lawyer.
Okay, thank you. That was my only question.
Thank you, Councillor. I'm looking on the dashboard for members of council. Are there any other questions? Councillor Hergert.
Thank you very much, Chair. I was curious who was included in your investigation.
So one of the things that we don't do at the conclusion of an investigation is provide a list of everybody we spoke to and who said this and who said that. We conduct our investigation in a manner that we determine is necessary to obtain the facts. And so we do not disclose a list or provide, it's not a criminal charge. There's not disclosure of what each witness said, etc. But, you know, you can rest assured that we spoke to members of the commission.
Anything further, Councillor Hergert?
I reserve my time for my own statements. Thank you.
Thank you. Members of council, I'm asking again, are there any other questions at this time? I am looking at my dashboard. Seeing none. Well, thank you, Janice Atwood Petrowski, for the presentation. Looking again, there's no other member of council wishing to speak. At this time, Councillor Hergert, did you wish to speak?
Thank you very much, Chair. And I do appreciate the report from the Integrity Commissioner. I think these allegations are very serious. I do not take this lightly whatsoever. I would like to share that I contest the one-sided, inaccurate account of the matters. I feel that the content.
Pardon me, Councillor Hergert, I do apologize for just interrupting. Could you please check your audio? Please speak very clear directly into your mic. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. I do contest this one-sided, inaccurate account of the matters. I absolutely wish to be open, transparent, accountable, and unbiased. I have been involved in the Airport Commission since January of 2019. In that time, I've repeatedly tried to bring to my council closed session information. The Airport Commission denied that request. I spoke to the Integrity Commissioner. How do I get this before my council? If the Airport Commission will not allow you, then you will not be able to speak. I've tried to bring it to my council for open session material. That was March, right as COVID was beginning. That has not been on the agenda since. There are several concerning matters at the airport that I do wish to bring to the residents of West Grey and the decision makers of West Grey. We are paying for an airport that is less than transparent. I do not wish to harass anyone, and I do not wish to be harassed. I am willing to listen to the other side. At a very recent meeting in June, when 3 new members that were appointed in February and March, respectfully, were appointed and did not allow a lawyer for the other side of an ongoing matter that happens to be my constituent of West Grey. Alexandria Ferrier had asked several times to be a delegation, including in March when I was the chair and the chair that sits had gone abroad and was stranded in Spain for several days, weeks. I had discussed with Alexandria Ferrier her request to present to the new Airport Commission a delegation of their side of the facts. This council, our council, received an email or a letter setting out the facts last September. We didn't respond to it. The Airport Commission didn't respond to it. This landowner in another municipality trying to access a public runway has had an ongoing dispute that 3 mayors have sat in meetings, that commission members have sat in meetings, that lawyers have sat in meetings, that we have been told that certain things need to happen This airport commission is quite resistant to the direction of the payors, which would be West Grey, Hanover, and Brockton. So, in sum, I have communicated with my constituent on open session matters only. I do not contest that. The Charter of Rights and Freedoms gives me several.
Councillor Hergert, could you please restate directly into your microphone after freedoms was the last word?
Yes, the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms grants me some fundamental freedoms of freedom of conscience, freedom of thought, belief, opinion, and expression, freedom of association. I have known Phil Englishman for several years. He's a pilot. I know him. We have other discussions. I only discussed open session material with him and with his lawyer, who happens to be our constituent. So post-COVID, knowing that Alexandria Ferrier wished to be a delegate to the rather new commission, there was no opportunity given in April, May, June. June, it finally came to the new commission to say, how would you like to deal with this? So yes, I did have communication. There are no agendas. There are no minutes of meetings. I would very proudly say that over the last 2 months, we have started receiving minutes of meetings. I actually asked our integrity commissioner, can I have the same punishment as no agenda, as no notice to the public? There were several constituents of West Grey, not even Phil Englishman, not even Alexandria Ferrier, that were asking me as a commission member, when is the next meeting of the Airport Commission? Will they be doing online meetings? Will they still be holding in-person meetings? This is rather normal that we would be, as council members, would be asked about when the next meeting, when's the next Elmwood Community Center board meeting? How do I get involved in that? What's on the agenda? I never at any time divulged any confidential information. And further, I think that this claim is egregious, vexatious. I'm sure that was not your findings, Integrity Commissioner, because that is the beginning part of your entire preliminary. Is it in our realm? Is it our jurisdiction? Is it frivolous and vexatious? However, I have been asked previously in last December in an open session meeting to resign from the Airport Commission by the chair. The chair does not prefer that I do not fall in line with everyone else on voting. As the rest of my council knows, I'm not afraid to stand up and say no. Sometimes it is not the right thing to do. So, as a very principled person, I do feel that an independent vote, respectful vote, unbiased vote is the most crucial to democracy. By allowing people to participate early on in planning, in policy making, we get that diversity in the policy that we draft, whether it be legislation, whether it be a bylaw. I only ever discussed open session material with a constituent. It's unfortunate that anyone of this council could be in my seat with a report that costs about $3,000 and found guilty of discussing a public matter with the public. I'm willing to listen to both sides, unbiased, and make business decisions for the citizens of West Grey and the best interest of West Grey. I've brought this up several times to our council to discuss, to have your support. I've been unable to be placed on the agenda, closed session or open, because the Airport Commission will not let me bring closed session over to our closed session, because we can't get it on an agenda from March until now. I do take these allegations very seriously, and I very much respect the law. I'm sad to see the results and conclusion, because I think if you read the content of those emails, the context matters. What communication I had was open session. When is the next meeting? How do I participate? How do I become a delegation? You got to go to the chair. I wrote that in an email. Direct your inquiry to the chair. The chair will possibly put you on as a delegation. These are not outside of the normal scope of our council responsibilities. It's unfortunate that for several months, including a year, last year we were talking about the minutes and agendas not even being sent to our council for 14 months. In April of this year, we received those minutes. It's a lot of reading for somebody to catch up on for the last year and a half that the chair had not published them. Actually, had not authored the minutes. You have been the author of all the minutes of last year. Then submits them to council, doesn't even. So when we talk about accountability, if people knew on the bottom of the agenda or the bottom of the minutes when the next meeting was, or how to participate after there's a global pandemic, what the ID number is for the Zoom meeting, you're right. You can find me guilty of discussing open session information with a constituent. And I am not ashamed of that, and I will continue to represent well, because I will represent the people, and the people can talk to me. I'm not opposed to leaving the commission, but I will not resign my position. I feel that I am being bullied out of here because I do not fall in line. This harassing behavior continues for other members at the airport, and I would like a closed session matter of the airport to be put on the next possible agenda, Chair. And that is all my comments.
Thank you. Members of council, are there any questions for Councillor Hergert? I'm looking on the dashboard. Just give me a moment. I am not seeing any questions. Okay. Now we need to deal with the Janice Atwood-Petoskey. Do you have any comments at this point?
Can you hear me?
Yes, please proceed.
No, I don't believe that we have any comments at this point. You have our report. We feel the report speaks for itself. The recommendations in our report are before you, and I think the issue that Councillor Hergert raises with respect to some lack of, I guess, administrative procedures at the Saugeen Municipal Airport in terms of minutes and agendas and notice and that type of thing. Yes, we note that in the report. We note that they are trying to make improvements, that they certainly have not been at the top of their game. They don't have the advantage of having in-house municipal staff, obviously, as municipalities do, but they recognize their shortcomings and are moving ahead on that. What we point out in the report is that the trust seems to have been lost. And so it's unfortunate, but in our view, the remedy for that is to have a change in representation on that board.
Thank you. All right. Members of council, we are now going to deal with the recommendations contained in the Principals Integrity Report. I'm going to ask Clerk Sharbach to read the following recommendation/motion. Is that correct in my phraseology? I'm going to ask Clerk Sharbach to read the first recommendation from the Principals Integrity Report, and we'll move on to the second and third in terms of process, because the clerk has advised that we should deal with each of these separately. Clerk Sharbach, please.
Thank you. Through you, Your Worship. The first recommendation in the report is that Council pass the following resolution: that having been found to have breached the codes of conduct for the Municipality of West Grey and the Saugeen Municipal Airport Commission, that Councillor Rebecca Hergert be and is hereby formally reprimanded.
Is there a mover for this motion? Deputy Mayor Hutchinson, are you moving this motion?
This is Deputy Mayor Hutchinson. I will move the motion.
Is there a seconder for this motion? Councillor Hutchinson, are you seconding this motion?
Yes, I second the motion.
Thank you. Clerk Sherbuck, I am asking for a recorded vote, please.
Through your worship, calling for votes on a recorded vote. As per our procedural bylaw, we'll go through alphabetical order. Councillor Hamilton.
Councillor Hamilton, yes.
Councillor Hergert.
Councillor Hergert, no.
Councillor Hutchinson.
Councillor Hutchinson, yes.
Deputy Mayor Hutchinson.
Deputy Mayor Hutchinson, in favor.
Mayor Robinson.
Mayor Christine Robinson, in favor.
Councillor Shea.
Councillor Shea, no.
Councillor Townsend.
Councillor Townsend, yes.
And that motion is carried.
Members of council, please clear your dashboard. On item number 2, Clerk Sherbuck.
Through you, Your Worship. The second recommendation is that Councillor Hergert consider resigning from her position on the Saugeen Municipal Airport Commission, and alternatively, if Councillor Hergert does not resign her position, the recommendation is that Council consider revoking the appointment of Councillor Hergert as the West Grey appointee to the Saugeen Municipal Airport Commission, and that another member of Council be appointed in her stead. So the recommendation would be that Councillor Hergert be removed from that Airport Commission and that another person be appointed.
I do want to mention at this point, by way of information for members of council, Deputy Mayor Hutchinson is the alternate for the Saugeen Municipal Airport Authority. He could, with his agreement, be appointed through a resolution as the West Grey Council representative. We could also consider an alternate this evening. So, Clerk Sherbuck, could you please read the motion at this point, and then I will call for a mover and a seconder.
To Your Worship, the recommendation is that Council consider revoking the appointment of Councillor Hergert as West Grey appointee, and that another member of Council be appointed in her stead. So if a member would like to move that recommendation as a motion, I would just need to clarify that a name to put in as the appointed member, and then it would read that Council revoke the appointment of Councillor Hergert as the West Grey appointee to the Municipal Airport Commission, and that Councillor somebody be appointed to the Saugeen Municipal Airport Commission as the Municipality of West Grey representative.
Is there a mover for this motion? Councillor Hutchinson, are you moving this motion?
Councillor Hutchinson moves the motion, yes.
And Councillor Hamilton, are you seconding this motion?
Councillor Hamilton, yes.
Clerk Sherbuck, your clarification on the motion, please, for all members. And I'm asking for a recorded vote as well.
Through you, Your Worship, if I could just ask the mover, Councillor Hutchinson, the name of the appointee. Deputy Mayor?
Given that the mayor has mentioned that the deputy mayor is the alternate, then I would suggest just that he would be the alternate. Are we clear that Councillor Hergert has opted to not step down from the position? I think that was one of the conditions in the original recommendation. That I think she said that already, but maybe we should clarify that.
Through you, Your Worship, that was my understanding, but it's best to clarify now before this motion.
Councillor Hergert, are you, as item 2, Councillor Hergert, are you resigning your position on the Saugeen Municipal Airport Authority?
Thank you very much, Chair. I have brought this to the attention of my council. I have tried to bring this and put it on an agenda at West Grey. I will not be resigning my position on the Airport Commission.
Okay. So, Councillor, I'm going to put it back to Clerk Sharback because I've asked for a recorded vote.
Through you, Your Worship, the recommendation or the resolution moved by Councillor Hutchinson, seconded by Councillor Hamilton, is that the Council of the Municipality of West Grey hereby revoke the appointment of Councillor Hergert as the West Grey appointee to the Saugeen Municipal Airport Commission, and that Deputy Mayor Hutchinson be appointed to the Saugeen Municipal Airport Commission as the Municipality of West Grey representative. Sorry. And the mayor has called for a recorded vote.
However, I do see Councillor Hutchinson with his hand up, so probably before, I'm going to say that before that goes any further, Councillor Hutchinson.
Yeah, if I could just make a statement before we vote. I think it's an unfortunate situation. I feel for Councillor Hergert. I think there has been some mistakes made, and obviously that's why we have professionals making recommendations for us. I do think that going forward that by not replacing Councillor Hergert, that it really there is really a trust issue there now, and I think there's I can't see how it could be resolved going forward. I think people would just be butting heads and we would end up with more problems. And maybe, knowing that, as Councillor Hergert has mentioned, that she knows Mr. Englishman from your days gone by, that maybe she's too close to the situation to really resolve this, help to resolve it properly. So that's why I'm suggesting that we make a change here. But I understand, I feel for her, and I understand that there's been a lot of things going on here. And we do have some issues to resolve there going forward by the sounds of it. So we need to do that. But I think the best way to do that is to replace her and try to get this resolved in the future. Thank you.
Thank you. Now, before I go to Deputy Mayor for any questions, I want to confirm, Deputy Mayor, would you accept the position to be the representative on the for West Grey on the Airport Authority? Deputy Mayor Hutchinson.
Yeah, this is Deputy Mayor Hutchinson. I will accept that position. Thank you.
Thank you. Anything further, Deputy Mayor?
I just, in the motion, Mayor Robinson, I was curious if it's at the appropriate time that we actually appoint an alternate, if it all goes under the same or if that comes after.
Yes, I think that's appropriate. Clerk Sharback, any comment on that?
Thank you. That's a good question, Deputy Mayor. We can appoint an alternate this evening, or we can appoint an alternate, a new alternate, when we bring forward the appointment bylaws, both committee and council, and that will be coming this fall when we discuss the whole committee structure piece and revisit those bylaws.
Okay. If I may, Mayor Robinson.
Yes.
Okay, I recognize that reading on the meeting, there's a meeting actually scheduled for this week, as in tomorrow.
Yes, tomorrow at 1:30, and it's
Yeah.
listed on our agenda
Correct.
as an item, as a meeting coming up.
Yes, and I will have a conflict, and that's why I'm identifying this now. Is this something that we need to take care of at this moment? I think it's going to be a conflict for me to attend that on such short notice for tomorrow.
All right, then this is a very good time to have an alternate consideration. So Clerk Sharback, should we deal with this? Would you consider, is this the appropriate time to deal with the motion at hand? And I leave that to you to call the vote. And then we could have a separate motion and vote on an alternate.
Through you, Your Worship, that may be the most direct way to address this, is to address the motion that is on the floor now, which revokes one appointment and appoints another representative. And then follow that with a motion to appoint an alternate to the Saugeen Municipal Airport Commission. And that will allow you an opportunity to ask councillors who might be interested in that position as well, because there is a meeting tomorrow to attend.
Fair enough. So. With that, Councillor Shea, do you have a question or comment?
Yes, Councillor Shea. I'm moved by Councillor Hergert's assertions that there seems to be some sort of with the commission, and that the current chair is the Brockton mayor. I would recommend that we, if this is a volatile situation, I think we would be better off appointing our mayor as our representative to this commission. So I would like to make a friendly amendment to the motion that it's actually the mayor who is our appointee to this commission.
Now, I certainly don't mind representing for sure, but I just want to comment from Clerk Sharback with regard to the motion at hand. And thank you very much for your consideration, Councillor Shea. Clerk Sharback, with regard to procedure, is that a friendly amendment? Your comments, please.
Through you, Your Worship, it is up to the mover and seconder if they want to allow that. They just to note that the chair of the commission is the deputy mayor, I believe, in Brockton, and I think their mayor is Chris Peabody.
Correct.
Is that correct? So it's up to the mayor, to you, Your Worship, if you would wish to accept that. And it's up to the mover and seconder if they want to change that.
Okay. We'll take it for that.
I
will accept the alternate position. If these motions go through, I will attend tomorrow at 1:30. Just let me check my schedule. One moment, please, members of council. Tomorrow is Wednesday. Yes, I will be able to attend, and we'll have to address the flag raising if that happens to be tomorrow. We'll deal with it. So I would, Councillor Shea, take the alternate position, and I would appreciate Deputy Mayor Hutchinson being the council representative, the primary representative. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. My recommendation is still that you be the primary representative, but if you're not willing to do that, then I will support the deputy mayor.
Thank you very much. Clerk Sharback? Oh, Councillor Hergert, and then we'll go to Clerk Sharback.
Thank you, Chair. Respectfully, you have the chair, the mayor, Christine Robinson, has been involved in several meetings along the way, and I would appreciate the continuity between what has already happened, transpired, and what may happen in the future. And I would recommend that Mayor Robinson be the alternative to the Saugeen Municipal Airport Commission, and potentially we can get it on the agenda then too.
Okay, thank you. Clerk Sharback, on the motions, please, or the motion before us, and then any subsequent motion that we need to address, please.
Through you, Your Worship. The motion before council, moved by Councillor Hutchinson and seconded by Councillor Hamilton, is that the Council of the Municipality of West Grey revoke the appointment of Councillor Hergert as the West Grey appointee to the Saugeen Municipal Airport Commission, and that Deputy Mayor Hutchinson be appointed to the Saugeen Municipal Airport Commission as the Municipality of West Grey's representative. And the mayor has called for a recorded vote.
Yes.
So are we ready for the recorded vote? Okay.
Well, I do see hands up. Councillor Hergert. Councillor Hergert, please.
Yes, thank you. I would like to make an amendment to this delegation of authority or our delegate, and I would like you, Mayor Robinson, to take this and run. You've been involved in several meetings, and I don't know how we could get anyone else more up to speed on the goings-on of the last more than year and a half unless you are in that seat at that meeting and continuously. And I would respectfully ask that you would please take it on.
Thank you for your comment. I will be the alternate, and I will ask that the Deputy Mayor, who's the alternate now, who has been attending, be the representative. Councillor Hamilton, please.
Thank you, Mayor Robinson. I just wanted to comment that, you know, Councillor Hergert, she's demonstrated time and time again her commitment for serving her community. She's such a dedicated councillor, hardworking, makes herself available to our community, participates fully in events. You are a hardworking councillor, Councillor Hergert, and I'm sorry things have progressed in this way. I do think, based on their report and that the board, the relationship has broken down. And for that reason, we need to send in another representative to build that relationship back up and find a path forward. But I do appreciate all the hard work that you do for our community, Councillor Hergert. Thank you, Mayor Robinson.
Thank you. I'm going now to Clerk Sharbuck on the recorded vote, please.
Okay, as per our procedural bylaw, going in alphabetical order, I'll call for a vote. Councillor Hamilton.
Councillor Hamilton, yes.
Councillor Hergert.
Councillor Hergert, no.
Councillor Hutchinson.
Councillor Hutchison, in favor.
Deputy Mayor Hutchinson.
Deputy Mayor Hutchinson, in favor.
Mayor Robinson.
Mayor Christine Robinson, in favor.
Councillor Shea.
Councillor Shea, yes.
Councillor Townsend.
Councillor Townsend, in favor.
And that resolution is carried. Oh, and the next recommendation is that Mayor Robinson be appointed as the alternate representative at the Saugeen Municipal Airport Commission.
Is there a mover for this motion? Deputy Mayor Hutchinson, are you moving this motion?
Deputy Mayor Hutchinson, I will move the motion.
Is there a seconder for this motion? Councillor Hutchinson, are you seconding this motion?
Councillor Hutchison seconds the motion, yes.
I am calling for a recorded vote. Clerk Sharbuck, please conduct the recorded vote.
Through your worship, calling for a vote. We'll start again with Councillor Hamilton.
Councillor Hamilton, yes.
Councillor Hergert.
Councillor Hergert, no.
Councillor Hutchinson.
Councillor Hutchison, in favor.
Deputy Mayor Hutchinson.
Deputy Mayor Hutchinson, in favor.
Mayor Robinson,
Mayor Christine Robinson, in favor.
Councillor Shay,
Councillor Shay, yes.
Councillor Townsend,
Councillor Townsend, in favor.
and that resolution is carried.
Thank you. Members of council, could you please clear your dashboard? Okay. Councillor Herger, you have your hand up.
Yes, thank you, Chair. I have asked several times to get the airport on an agenda. I'm hoping that we can place that on the next council meeting agenda.
Councillor, thank you very much for asking that. We have other representation that are on the Airport Authority, and we will address things accordingly. Thank you very much for that. We are now moving on to item 15.6. 15.6.1 is the Council Code of Conduct. Now you'll remember, members of council, early on this evening, we agreed that this item will be the next item, as the integrity commissioners are part of this report. So shall we proceed? Are we looking for a 5-minute break at all, or nope? Looks like we're looking at proceeding. Let's move things along. I'm not seeing any change. All right. So Clerk Scharbeck, could you read the motion? Sorry for the time delay. Could you please read the motion with regard to this report at hand?
Through your worship, the recommendation is that the Council of the Municipality of West Grey receives the report, Council Code of Conduct, and that the Council of the Municipality of West Grey approves the Committee of the Whole recommendation to pass the Council Code of Conduct as presented by Principals Integrity at the May 26, 2020 Committee of the Whole meeting by considering the bylaw to adopt the Code of Conduct in the bylaw portion of the agenda.
Thank you. I'm looking for a mover and a seconder, and that is done through a check mark. Please remember that, members of council. Councillor Townsend, are you moving the motion? Councillor Townsend, are you moving the motion?
Yes, it's Councillor Townsend. I am moving the motion.
Thank you. Councillor Hamilton, are you seconding the motion?
Councillor Hamilton, I second the motion.
Thank you. We're going to take presentation first from our clerk. It's her report, and then I'm going to ask if this then moves on to the integrity commissioners, which are again Janice Atwood-Potowski and Jeffrey Abrams. First, Clerk Scharbeck, please.
Thank you. Through your worship, the Code of Conduct has been a work in progress long before I joined with the West Grey team. The former clerk, Mr. Turner, and the CAO worked diligently with our integrity commissioners, Jeffrey Abrams and Janice Atwood-Potowski, on the Code of Conduct. It was presented at a Committee of the Whole meeting on May 26, 2020. And at that time, there was a motion to defer the decision to recommend that council pass it. Since that time, the CAO and I have met with our integrity commissioners to review the final version. It stays exactly the same as the version that was presented to Committee of the Whole. And in the time between May 26th and today, we confirmed that no further questions or concerns have been raised or brought forward by members of council. So I am recommending that we proceed, and if there's any detailed questions on the Code of Conduct, I know that our integrity commissioners are here to help us out with answering any detailed questions, but it is in the bylaw portion of the agenda for approval and moving forward as an adopted ethical document.
Yes, we have the report as you speak to, and then we also have the proposed bylaw attached to this agenda. Questions, members of council, starting with Councillor Hergert and then Councillor Townsend. Councillor Hergert, please.
Thank you very much, Chair. Not to get too technical, do we have a code of conduct at present?
Yes, we do.
And in asking about that, I'm quite pleased that we have this new code of conduct. Do we need to revoke any previous code of conduct?
Through your worship, yes, we do, and the bylaw will revoke or repeal the previous bylaw.
Okay, very good. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Townsend.
Yes, it's Councillor Townsend. Thank you. I have 3 questions. The first one is on page 5 of the report, and it is 4A, and it talks about a transparency disclosure for non-qualifying interests and how it gets treated. I'm wondering, is there such a format that has already been developed, or is that coming afterwards?
Clerk Sharback, do you wish to address that, or is that a question that we pose to the integrity commissioners?
Through your worship, I think you mean page 5 of the bylaw. I'm just looking here for that.
Councillor Townsend, for clarity. This is page 5.
Sorry, didn't hear that.
The clerk is looking for clarity. Is your question with regard to page 5?
Yes, it is. And it's the treatment of, right? Non-qualifying interest.
There isn't, to my knowledge, a specific form for this. It would be in writing, but I will leave that to our integrity commissioners to fully explain the process that a council member would follow to declare a disqualifying interest, as opposed to the process declaring a non-disqualifying interest.
Okay,
Councillor Townsend, anything further?
Yes. On just going to check the page number.
Certainly.
Page 18, there's a reference to councillor constituency records. And I'm wondering if the scope of that is defined, or is just simply things like name, address, points of contact, what happens to notes you make on those points of contacts, et cetera. I just wanted to make sure it was very clear what that meant.
Through your worship, the records that would be solely under the control of any member would be any information that, any notes that you've made. So any information is required to, I guess members are required to maintain the confidentiality of any names or addresses that were revealed in closed session or in closed session reports that members are privy to. But if there are notes, or if you've had a conversation and have a personal cell phone number of a constituent, you would be expected to maintain that confidentiality as well.
Okay, thank you. The next one is 2 pages later, where we talk about in point 5 on that page, excuse me, it talks about where no member shall include in his or her website, newsletters, emails, etc. I'm also assuming that social media is normally different than a website, but social media is suspiciously absent. And I know councillors, including myself, use it for, say, taking a flyer from the municipality or a media release and posting it so more people see it. And I just wanted to have clarification on that as well, because I believe that's encouraged rather than not to happen. And usually on social media.
I'm not sure I really understand the question. I'll defer to our integrity commissioners to clarify that.
Okay.
Sorry.
No, that's fine. So Janice Atwood-Petoskey or Jeffrey Abrams, could you field that question from Councillor Townsend, please?
Sure, I can, or you can unmute Jeff and he can. Which particular provision were you looking to? With respect to the comment about Facebook, Councillor?
It reads, no member shall include in his or her website, newsletters, emails, or other printed material advertising of business in the municipality, including the distribution of gifts, etc. Or a business event in the municipality is permissible and a member may thank verbally or in a newsletter a business by name or an employee, but it doesn't talk about our ability to share information from the municipality that will further encourage participation or get information distributed. And I just want to make sure that that's not an issue. And social media itself is not even listed in the tools, so I wasn't sure if that was totally wide open.
Right. Well, social media, we do talk a fair amount about social media in our training, and we deal with that under media communications generally. But I think that the commentary, the provision that you're looking at has more to do with using the councillor using their Facebook to advertise, as opposed to just simply sharing information for public edification with respect to upcoming events, etc. But certainly social media would be included. That would include Instagram and Twitter and etc. Those kinds of things. So yes, I think you could consider that when our reference in the code to something like Facebook should be considered to include all aspects of, social media, whatever the type of post or blog or what have you.
Okay, so that's under website as well then. That's what you're assuming.
Yeah,
if I could supplement Janice's answer. It's Jeff here. Sorry, I was muted and I couldn't participate. It's a fair comment that the word social media is not included there, but that is the intention. And in the way this code is designed, it's meant as a guide, and it should be clear as a guide. And we do add commentary from time to time to clarify points like that. And we could simply add a paragraph of commentary to clarify that the provision does include social media. And it speaks not to charitable events, but to businesses that might be advertised through the resources of a councillor.
And that was my assumption, but again, I agree with you about the clarity to make sure that it's clear to anyone reading it. So if you'd be interested in or accepted sort of a change, I would like to see social media get included.
Yeah, we can do that. That need not prevent the adoption of the bylaw. Commentary is typically
I agree.
by us.
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. That was all I had. Thank you.
Well, thank you. And I know Clerk Sharback would like to add something.
Thank you, through your worship. No, I think Mr. Abrams clarified really well that this is the commentary. It's not a rule in the bylaw, so we can certainly flesh that out more and just proceed with the bylaw. So, thank you.
Very good. Thank you. Councillor Shea, please. Councillor Shea, is it possible that you need to unmute? Councillor Shea? Okay, I'm going to go on to Councillor Hamilton, and then I'll call out for Councillor Shea again. Councillor Hamilton?
Thank you, Mayor Robinson. Just a couple clarifying questions. Rule number 1 conflicts of interest. Oh, my question was, in our agenda, we always open with, do we have a declaration of pecuniary interest and general nature thereof? With this code of conduct, it uses different language. It speaks of disqualifying interest. So I guess a question about, will this impact our agendas? Should we be changing the wording of declaring our interests? So just looking for a comment about that.
Good question. Clerk Sherbeck. Yeah, go ahead.
Through your worship, we can change the wording. The municipal act asks that we declare pecuniary, or the Municipal Conflict of Interest Act asks that we declare pecuniary interest, but it is important that the procedural bylaw, once we get it revised, reflect the same words. So it's the same meaning throughout our documents, and there's no confusion there. And even though members of council may understand, we need to be transparent and make sure that members of the public understand it's the same thing in one document to the other. So I think that'll be an important part of our update of our procedural bylaw. And I would ask Mr. Abrams, is it something we should be just changing that verbiage as soon as this code is adopted, or can it wait for the procedural bylaw update?
First, thank you for the question. It's an excellent question, and for some reason, many municipalities that have adopted this code continue to ask for pecuniary interests at the beginning of the meeting. It's something that can be done right away, just the changing of one word. It is just to be clear about it, under the Municipal Conflict of Interest Act, there is an obligation to make declarations of interest under the Code of Conduct. There's a responsibility to declare disqualifying interest. The only feature of this that might be problematic is that were council to lose quorum because of disqualifying interest, we would have to work around it under the Municipal Conflict of Interest Act. That quorum can be reduced to 2. There is no, at present, such provision in the Municipal Act. That said, it is important that members of council not participate in matters where they have a true conflict of interest or a disqualifying interest. And so it's never happened in our experience where this has come up as an issue, but it's important that it be raised just because it is a technical gap that we are going to be working on and suggesting changes to the act.
Thank you. Thank you. That answers that question. Thank you both. Okay, a couple more questions. So under rule number 1, so this would be page 7, page 8 of the report. In the commentary, it provides examples of exceptions, including hospital boards, charitable boards, police service, community foundations, Rotary Club, Lions Club, etc. I got tripped up when I saw police boards on that list. I must admit, I just got a little turned around and confused. could our integrity commissioners just clarify that commentary, please?
I'm just trying to find the reference myself.
Sure.
Which
I
paragraph?
think it's page 8 of the report.
I'm not seeing police services board.
It'd be page 94 of our agenda.
Oh, well, okay.
And it's the commentary that comes right after, let me see. So this is rule number 1. And right after paragraph 10, there's a commentary.
Yes.
And in that opening paragraph, the second line says police services boards.
Yes, quite right.
Okay, I got a little turned around when I saw that. The other ones made more sense because they were community boards, but police services board would be municipal representation on those boards. So I just got a little turned around by that example.
The only distinction to be made with respect to the police services board is that it is governed under a separate statutory framework with a separate accountability regime. And so we as integrity commissioners have no role with respect to the affairs at a police services board.
Okay, but it's not implying that members who serve on the Police Services Board have to declare pecuniary or conflict of interest when they're serving on council, correct?
Correct.
Okay, thank you. That's where I got a little turned around. Thank you for that. And then just a little typo, I'm sure we could just very easily fix. On page 19 at the very bottom, there's a tiny typo. There's a word, it says policy, and it's got a cross through it. It'll be the third last line on page 19. I think that was not supposed to be there. So just bring that to her.
Yeah, thank you. We can tidy that up.
So thank you, Clerk.
And it is part of the commentary as well. So
Okay.
leave that with me to fix that.
Thank
for the
you.
final
I have
attachment to the bylaw.
Okay, thank you. I have one last question. The code of conduct, I think it's called Council Code of Conduct, but it's my understanding that, is my understanding correct that the committees that we serve on and committees of council, so community members who are part of those committees also would follow the same code of conduct. Is that correct?
There is a corollary to all this. So there is a separate code of conduct for members of what are termed local boards of the municipality. It is a much simpler document. It is much more easily digested by laypersons, but it follows the same numbering regime that the main code of conduct has, and in fact, the council code of conduct would be used for interpretive purposes. But it is to come. I presume it will be on an agenda in the very near future once this code of conduct is adopted.
Oh, great. Okay, that answers that question. Thanks very much. Thank you, Mayor Robinson.
Thank you, Councillor Hamilton. Councillor Shea, please.
Thank you, Mayor Robinson. I did get disconnected for a couple of minutes there, so forgive me if I'm asking questions that have already been answered. This document was brought to us several months ago in concert with another document, which was the Staff Council Relations Policy, something like that. And the two were presented to us, and we debated them and considered them and asked them to be brought back for further deliberation at another date, which is now. But I don't see the Staff Council Relations Policy attached. And the reason that I bring this up is that when I first saw the Staff Council Policy Relations document, I thought it was constructive and it was productive, but that it was developed through a dialogue between the integrity commissioners and the staff. And I thought that a staff council policy, a staff council relations policy should be developed in consultation with staff and council. So I spent a little time after that meeting researching other policies like this throughout the province, and compiled an alternate version of the staff council relations policy, which I forwarded to the CAO and the mayor.
Yes.
And said that, I think the document that has been presented is great. I would like to present this as a counterpoint, and then I would like to have a discussion or a dialogue or a debate, a constructive dialogue with staff and with council about how we would like our relationship to be codified. And I didn't hear back from anybody about that. When I sent it off, I asked if that document could be reviewed by the integrity commissioners, just to see if I was like way out of bounds. And so I'm asking if we could have a further discussion at another date to discuss the initial staff council relations policy, my alternate version, and do that in a form of dialogue. So looking forward to comments on that proposal.
Yes, and thank you, Councillor Shea. And yes, I received the email. We chatted about it very briefly and said that it would be brought forward. I know there was much more work to do on that. And that's all I have to say on it, but Clerk Sherbeck wants to comment on this.
Thank you, through you, Your Worship. Thank you for raising that point, Councillor Shea. The council member staff relations policy was not brought to this meeting with a bylaw to adopt it. It was my understanding that the code of conduct was thoroughly reviewed and recommended by the committee of the whole for adoption. There's been no further comments or questions sent to the Integrity Commissioner or to staff about it. However, the council member staff relations policy was not quite to that point. And I felt that a report with a draft policy attached to it would be forthcoming to a future meeting for further discussion. And we are working on that draft and incorporating it. There's still work. It's a work in progress, I guess, but I felt that it should come with a report for further discussion as well to a future meeting. So it will be very soon coming. And thank you for that, but that's why it's not here with the bylaw this evening.
Further, Councillor Shea.
I appreciate that, and I'm fully supportive of the document that is before us. I guess I'm a little bit confused when you say we are working on it. When you say we are working on a staff council relations policy, should not the we include council? So I'm just trifling, and I'm also interested in the Integrity Commissioner's perspective on this. Like when I submitted this draft alternate document, I said I would like this to be reviewed by the Integrity Commissioner, because if they say this is way out of line, you know, then sure, we'll back down. I'll back down on that immediately. But I'm not sure if it has been forwarded to the Integrity Commissioner as I initially requested.
Madam CAO, has the comments from Councillor Shea been forwarded at this time?
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you, Councillor Shea, for your astute memory and your question. I have not had a chance to forward this to the Integrity Commissioner. You sent that to me back in June, right in the midst of transitioning to a new clerk. And we haven't really had a chance to work through it together from her perspective as well. But I do agree that this is something that I would absolutely share with our Integrity Commissioners, just as a due diligence, as it were. And we can circle back with you to see what our next steps might be.
Okay, great. I'll leave that with you. Thank you.
Thank you for your questions, Councillor Shea. Further questions, members of council? I am not seeing any, but I am going to ask the clerk to reread the question because it's just been, or reread the motion. It's just been a little long, and that will serve as a refresher, and then I will call the vote.
Thank you, through your worship. The recommendation is really just to receive the report. The bylaw will be voted on, the first bylaw in the bylaw portion of the agenda. So the recommendation is that Council of the Municipality of West Grey receives the report, Council Code of Conduct, and that the Council of the Municipality of West Grey approves the Committee of the Whole recommendation to pass the Council Code of Conduct as presented by Principals Integrity at the May 26, 2020 Committee of the Whole meeting by considering the bylaw in the bylaw portion of the agenda.
Thank you. And that was moved by Councillor Townsend, seconded by Councillor Hamilton. Members of council, when I call your name for the vote, please state your name and how you are voting. Mayor Christine Robinson, I am in favor of this motion. Councillor Townsend.
Councillor Townsend, in favor.
Councillor Hergert.
Councillor Hergert, yes.
Councillor Shea.
Councillor Shea, yes.
Deputy Mayor Hutchinson.
Deputy Mayor Hutchinson, in favor.
Councillor Hamilton.
Councillor Hamilton, yes.
Councillor Hutchinson.
Councillor Hutchison, in favor.
Motion carried. If I could ask members of council to clear the dashboard. Okay. Let me switch back to the. Now we are on item 15.2, Director of Finance and Treasurer's Report. 15.21, approval of the accounts, voucher 16.2020. Clerk Sherbeck, could you please read the motion?
Through you, your worship, the recommendation is that the Council of the Municipality of West Grey approves voucher number 16-2020 in the amount of $2,874,964.55.
Is there a mover for this motion? Deputy Mayor Hutchinson, are you moving this motion?
Deputy Mayor Hutchinson, I'll move the motion.
Is there a seconder for this motion? Councillor Hergert, are you seconding this motion?
Councillor Hergert, yes.
Members of council, are there any questions? Councillor Townsend?
As Councillor Townsend, I don't have a question. I just wanted to point out for the general public, if they wonder why the voucher is so high, it really covers a significant percentage of it is for the payment of our allocation to the county and to the school boards. And you know, it happens a few times a year, but this happens to be one of them. So I just thought it would be fair to make sure everybody knew that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Townsend, for pointing that out. Usually when the amount is high, I ask our Director of Finance and Treasurer to just go through some of the key points, and certainly you have achieved that, Councillor Townsend, in your comment. Director Mighton, anything further to add?
No, Councillor Townsend pointed out 2.3 million of this voucher is included for county and school board remittances for this quarter.
Thank you very much to both of you, by the way. Any other questions? And I'm looking for raised hand if there are any questions. Seeing none, in calling the vote, all those all those in favor, please signify with a check mark. All those not in favor, please signify with an X mark. Members of council, as I call your name for the vote, please indicate your name and how you're voting. Mayor Christine Robinson, I am in favor of this motion. Councillor Townsend.
Councillor Townsend, in favor.
Councillor Hergert.
Councillor Hergert, yes.
Councillor Shea.
Councillor Shea, yes.
Deputy Mayor Hutchinson.
Deputy Mayor Hutchinson, in favor.
Councillor Hamilton.
Councillor Hamilton, yes.
Councillor Hutchinson.
Councillor Hutchison, in favor.
Motion does carry. Okay. We are now moving along. This is item 15.2.2, Normanby Public Works, a depot septic replacement. Clerk Sherbeck, could you please read the motion?
Your worship, the recommendation is that the Council of the Municipality of West Grey approves the project to replace the septic at the Normanby Public Works Depot to be funded from the Public Works Housing Reserve.
Is there a mover for this motion? Councillor Shea, are you moving this motion?
Councillor Shea, I move the motion.
Councillor Hamilton, are you seconding the motion?
Councillor Hamilton, I second the motion.
Thank you. The author of the report is Director Mighton. Director Mighton, do you have any comments before I go to questions from the members of council?
Yes, just to update, we have received a price from a contractor and the cost should be around $4,500 for the project.
Thank you. Members of council, could you please clear your dashboard of check marks? Members of council, I'm looking for any questions or comments with the raised hand. I'm not seeing any questions. Councillor Shea, you have a check mark. Do you mean a raised hand? Yes, Councillor Shea, please.
I'm sorry, my check mark was raised by accident, but I just wanted to say that I'm not certain that we need to be approving the replacement of a septic system at council level, but yes, I fully support this initiative. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Director Martin, please.
Yes, according to our purchasing policy, when we were thinking that the project might be around $10,000, that was going to put us at a level that because the item wasn't specifically budgeted for, that we would require council approval. As it turned out, once we got the quote in, it only was $4,500. But we wanted to make sure that we were able to proceed with the project rather than delay it if it had been more expensive.
Very good, and thanks for that explanation. Okay, anything further from members of council? Seeing none, on the motion, please indicate with a check mark if you are in favor. Indicate with an X mark if you are not in favor. Mayor Christine Robinson, I am in favor of this motion. Members of council, as I call your name, please state your name and how you're voting. Councillor Hutchinson.
Councillor Hutchison, in favor.
Councillor Hamilton.
Councillor Hamilton, yes.
Deputy Mayor Hutchinson.
Deputy Mayor Hutchinson, in favor.
Councillor Shea.
Councillor Shea, yes.
Councillor Herger.
Councillor Herger, yes.
Councillor Townsend.
Councillor Townsend, in favor.
Motion carried. We are now moving on to item 15.3, Coordinator, Office of the CAO. 15.3.1, West Grey Pole Banner Program. Clerk Sherbuck, could you please read the motion?
Through your worship, the recommendation is that the report West Grey Pole Banner Program be received, and further that the Council of the Municipality of West Grey approves a budget up to a maximum of $10,000 to develop and implement a pole banner program, and that staff work with the Economic Development Advisory Committee to develop a pole banner program to launch in the spring of 2021.
Is there a mover for this motion? I'm looking for check marks, members of council. Councillor Townsend, are you moving this motion?
Councillor Townsend, yes, I'm moving the motion.
Councillor, I'm looking for an economic development member. Councillor Hutchinson, are you seconding this motion?
Councillor Hutchison seconds the motion.
Thank you. For presentation purposes, Jonathan Zettel, who's our coordinator, Office of the CAO, has written the report. However, Madam CAO will be making the presentation, and then I will go to questions. I've seen a couple hands on the dashboard. So, Madam CAO, please.
Great, thank you very much. Thank you, Madam Mayor. Yes, and our planner is also available to answer some questions because Planner Spencer and the coordinator, Mr. Zettel, and I participated in the Economic Development Advisory Committee meeting at the beginning of September. And that was just following a quite successful campaign launched by Grey County Economic Development, and it was the Rediscover Grey to promote both the combination of staycation, so exploring in your own backyard, and also attracting visitors, day trippers, and neighbors in Grey County to explore the greater areas in this community. One of the things that the committee had mentioned and was the fact that because of COVID, businesses are struggling, and part of the challenge is attracting people to just take a moment and linger and wander and explore. Some of the events that we had hoped to sponsor through 2020 are canceled, so there is a bit of a surplus in the economic development budget. So the committee was exploring options for how we could make some investments in some infrastructure that could be used throughout the year. In particular, once the flower program is done, we have downtowns that are very plain until the Christmas lights go up. And then once those lights are gone or taken down, then we have a spring where it's a very, very dull downtown. So a banner program was suggested, and because they're an advisory committee, they thought that they would bring it to council to see if there's appetite and direction for the committee to explore and implement a program that would see banners in our downtown core, so Durham, Ayton, Newstead, and Elmwood, in those downtimes. We expect that the banners will have at least a 2-year lifespan. Part of the expense of the $10,000 ballpark is because some of the hydro poles will need new banner arms. Mr. Earhart in our Public Works Department is doing an inventory of that anyway. And so this is really just before council to have a conversation. It's an attempt to start beautifying our downtown and to leverage some of the potential that we expect to come out of the community improvement plan. I don't know what that noise was.
Is that all of your comments?
That's all for me. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Okay, thank you very much. Now I'm going to go to questions from our members of council, starting with Councillor Herger.
Thank you very much, Chair. I just have a question about what themes we would be trying to, to magnify or amplify. What would we be trying to put on the banners? Any ideas?
Madam CEO.
Yes, thank you, Councillor, for the question. One of the ideas that was explored was really to highlight the unique features of each of our villages and hamlets. So whereas Newstead has a very different character than what Durham may have, this is why why the recommendation is that we would work with the advisory committee to develop that program. It would not necessarily be a standard message across West Grey, but it certainly would be a standard look so that we have that continuity. But it really would be more about, perhaps exploring a hamlet, or we're open for business, or, just that kind of messaging. We didn't get to that great detail because we wouldn't be working on this until after this was approved and through the winter months of 2020.
Okay, I guess I was just curious, what's the message that we're trying to send? I heard you say, we want people to stop and linger, and so on. There may be other ways to achieve that too, but I'm very happy that the Economic Development Committee recommended this, and as council, we're here to listen to those committees and take their advice from the advisory. I'm curious about, at Christmas time, we usually have Hydro put up the Christmas lights on these poles, and so I'm curious, who would be installing the banner stick right away? Is that Public Works people?
Through Madam Mayor, thank you for the question, Councillor. I did speak with Mr. Earhart in Public Works. There may be an opportunity to leverage the hydro when they're here. However, these banner poles would not be as high or as technical of an installation as Christmas lights, so staff have the capacity as well.
Okay, thank you very much, and I'll be supporting this from Economic Development. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Shea, please.
Thank you, Councillor Shea. I think this is a great initiative, and I applaud staff for bringing this forward. I view this as less of an economic development initiative and more of a community pride. Like I looked at the banner program in Owen Sound, and there they solicit requests and submissions for what should be on the banners. And so I'm not asking you to follow the Owen Sound model, but I'm just saying that I think a lot of people are going to be enthusiastic about this. One of the things about the banners that other communities have found is effective is to make them lower so that you can see them as you're walking and not from too far a distance. But I applaud staff for bringing this forward, and I will support this. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Hutchinson.
Councillor Hutchison here. Yeah, hate to bust your bubble, but we have had banners before on Main Street, so it's not a new thing. Actually, I would be interested to know where some of the banners are that we used to have. There used to be a Frazzle Fest banner, like a snowman type thing. There were 2 or 3 others. I'm sure some of them are probably fairly old now, but there has been banners used on Main Street in Durham in the past. But that's great if you know, to create some new ones. I was going to mention the Owen Sound example where they use local artists to create banners, and I think the BIA maybe have been involved in that before in Durham, anyways. I think it's a worthwhile project. But I would like to know if there are any banners left over from past years that might be tucked away somewhere. So maybe if we could have our CEO look into that. But yeah, it's a great program.
Thank you, Councillor Hutchinson. And we do have a question to the former banners. Supervisor Hewlett, please.
Thank you, Mayor Robinson. And if I may, I actually just came across the banners in one of my many travels in previous days. The banners that we do have that have been in storage are in extremely rough shape. It looks like they have been up for a number of years and unfortunately weren't too well loved by the weather. So I would say for majority of the banners that we do have in stock, they are most likely unusable at this time. But of course, when looking at any asset, we will take note of what we have. And if there's anything that's salvageable, we will of course use that.
Councillor Hutchinson, anything further?
Yeah, just one other point. We also purchased, the BIA purchased flags for downtown Durham, Canada flags, and I'd be interested to see if any of them are still around or available, because that was another thing that put up during towards Canada Day. So maybe Mr. Hewitt can look into that, or maybe he's come across those.
Well, thank you for that. Madam CAO, a response.
Through you, Madam Mayor. Thank you, Councillor, for that information. I know this year the Canada flags that were installed downtown Durham they were actually installed with West Grey staff. So we will follow up with the BIA on that because the flags this was the last year that we could use the flags that were installed. They were also looking a little tired, so that's good information, and we'll follow up.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Hutchinson. Now, Councillor Hamilton.
Thank you, Mayor Robinson. Well, you know, I think Councillor Shea kind of stole some of my thoughts there. A little mind-fi perhaps, but I had the same idea. I'm really excited about the banner idea. I think it's fabulous, and I'm happy to hear, of course, staff are looking at all 4 downtowns. That's great. And I too was thinking about it as being an opportunity to connect with the community, to have the community participate, in particular our artist community. And I'm really hoping the committee will investigate a way that our community can participate and see themselves in these banners. And that I think I would be disappointed if the messaging was kind of generic or something kind of, I don't know, you see in other communities. Here's an opportunity that we can be really original and really showcase all the talents and wonderful things that happen. So I'm really supportive of this, looking forward to what the committee comes up with. And just from a procedural point of view, will the committee just run with this idea and poof, the banners will be up? Or does this come back to council for a little check-in along the way? How does this idea roll out and become a reality? Thank you.
CAO Johnson, please.
Thank you, and thank you, Councillor Hamilton, for your comments. I would propose that we will take back the direction to the committee at our October meeting and solicit their input from a business perspective. But I absolutely hear the concept of pride of place, and that would include other sectors in our community, including the arts sector and other businesses that aren't represented by the committee. So I would propose that once we have the general direction, the feel and the look of things, that we would bring that back to council just for a sneak peek before we make this significant investment.
Excellent. Thank you, CEO. And then just through a sustainability lens, like anything we can do in terms of materials that are most sustainable, I would say, would also be an approach that I'd appreciate as well. But thanks for bringing this forward. It's a great idea. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much, Councillor Hamilton and Madam CAO. Thank you for that response. We want to ensure that these are advisory committees to council. So we want to ensure that the appropriate messaging is approved by council and also through the lens of our communications department. So, and that would be standard for all of our advisory committees, so that the council is as these are advisory committees to council. Council has the final determination on that. But that's very good. I see Councillor Townsend with his hand up. Councillor Townsend, please.
Yes, thank you, Councillor Townsend. The interesting part about this initiative is it came from discussions from not only staff and the councillors, but also and primarily from the members of the Economic Development Committee that do not work here or are not councillors. I thought that was really kind of interesting, and when you talk about getting the community involved, I think it's good that we're getting that involvement from our members of the Economic Development Committee, and I just wanted to pass that along and say thank you to them for their ideas on that as well.
Excellent. Thank you very much, Councillor Townsend. Okay, so we have a motion on the floor. All those in favor, please signify with a check mark. Those not in favor with an X mark. And as I call your names, members of council, please state your name and how you're voting. Mayor Christine Robinson, I am in favor of this motion. Councillor Townsend.
Councillor Townsend, in favor.
Councillor Hergert.
Councillor Hergert, yes.
Councillor Shea.
Councillor Shea, yes.
Deputy Mayor Hutchinson.
Deputy Mayor Hutchison, in favor.
Councillor Hamilton.
Councillor Hamilton, yes.
Councillor Hutchinson.
Councillor Hutchison, in favor.
Motion carried. We are now on 15.4, Director of Infrastructure and Public Works, 15.4.1, Connecting Link Project, Garifraxa Bridge Rehabilitation. Clerk Sherbuck on the motion.
Your worship, the recommendation is that the Council of the Municipality of West Grey award the engineering for the Garifraxa Bridge Rehabilitation Project to Triton Engineering Services Limited.
Is there a mover for this motion? Deputy Mayor Hutchinson, are you moving this motion?
Deputy Mayor Hutchinson, I'll move the motion.
Councillor Hamilton, are you seconding the motion?
Councillor Hamilton, I second the motion.
Thank you. Director Shawinski, this is your report. Do you have a presentation attached?
Yes, Your Worship. Essentially, Council's aware that we received funding for the Connecting Link through the Connecting Link program, and this is for the Garifraxa Street Bridge. And essentially, as the first housekeeping item for the project, an engineer needs to be selected for this particular project. We're recommending Triton Engineering Services Limited. They have a lot of experience with respect to Connecting Link projects. They're a local-based engineering firm based out of Harrison, and subsequently they've actually done a lot of work around the Harrison and Fergus and Clifford area with different Connecting Link projects. And that's about all I have for this particular project or report. And essentially, this is part of milestone 1, and we need to submit a resolution to Connecting Links intake 5 by September the 30th.
Thank you. And I appreciate you identifying this as milestone 1. All right, members of council, questions, beginning with Councillor Townsend.
Yes, it's Councillor Townsend. I'm wondering how they were selected and therefore recommended. Can we give assurance that we followed the appropriate process based on the type of project and the size of it?
Yes, I can assure that.
Thank you. Appreciate that.
Thank you for the question, Councillor Townsend. Any other member of council has a question? Seeing none, I will call the vote. One moment. Pardon me. On the motion, all those in favor signify with a check mark. Those not in favor signify with the next mark. When I call your names, members of council, again, state your name and how you are voting. Mayor Christine Robinson, I am in favor of this motion. Councillor Hutchinson.
Councillor Hutchison in favor.
Councillor Hamilton.
Councillor Hamilton, yes.
Deputy Mayor Hutchinson.
Deputy Mayor Hutchinson in favor.
Councillor Shea.
Councillor Shea, yes.
Councillor Hergert.
Councillor Hergert, yes.
Councillor Townsend.
Councillor Townsend in favor.
Motion carried. If you would be so kind, members of council, to clear your dashboard. We are now on 15.5 Recreation Supervisor. Pardon me, 15.5.1 Rural Economic Development in brackets red grant update. Clerk Sharbeck on the motion.
Through you, Your Worship, the recommendation is that the report, Rural Economic Development Red Grant Update, be received for information, and that the Council of the Municipality of West Grey hereby schedules a virtual joint council meeting with Grey Highlands on September 28th at 3 p.m.
Is there a mover for this motion? Councillor Townsend, are you moving this motion?
Councillor Townsend, yes, I'm moving the motion.
Councillor Hergert, are you seconding this motion?
Councillor Hergert, yes.
Supervisor Hewlett, any comments on your report?
Thank you, Your Worship. Not many comments on this report, as council has the report in front of them. The report outlines the partnership with Georgian College, the Senco network, as well as West Grey and Grey Highlands. If I can speak for Lindsay and myself, we recently took part in about 4 days of half-day training on with Senco and Georgian, just regarding social enterprises and working with entrepreneurs and various business owners. And it was a very interesting approach. It very much took a philosophical approach to social enterprise. So it was interesting to learn that toolkit and get involved with the project. And we're excited to really start to kick things off with a joint council training session as outlined in the recommendations, as well as we'll have our kickoff event later this month, doing a screening of the social shift on the Monday the 28th at the Hanover Drive-In, which is located in West Grey.
Yes, thank you very much for pointing out the location of that drive-in, and a very positive report. I'm very excited about the social shift. And that's my segue to Councillor Shea.
Thanks, Cody. I'm really delighted that you and Lindsay have been selected as the representatives to lead us forward in this motion. I think that's great. And I just want to reinforce that the screening was later the same evening that we're doing the joint meeting on the 28th at 3 p.m. But there's an event at the drive-in at 7 o'clock the same day. So thanks for organizing that. I'm looking forward to it.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Shea. Any further questions from members of council? Seeing none, on the motion, signify in favor with the check mark, not in favor with the next mark. When I call your name, members of council, please state your name and how you're voting. Mayor Christine Robinson, I am in favor of this motion. Councillor Townsend.
Councillor Townsend in favor.
Councillor Hergert.
Councillor Hergert, yes.
Councillor Shea.
Councillor Shea, yes.
Deputy Mayor Hutchinson.
Deputy Mayor Hutchinson in favor.
Councillor Hamilton.
Councillor Hamilton, yes.
Councillor Hutchinson.
Councillor Hutchison in favor.
Motion carried. Okay. Please clear your dashboard. Okay, we are now on item 16, bylaws. Clerk Sharbuck on, oh, first of all, let me introduce it. Item 16.1, a bylaw number 61-2020, sale of municipal land to DJ Land Development Limited. Clerk Sharbuck on the motion, please.
The recommendation is that the Council of the Municipality of West Grey gives first, second, and third and final reading to bylaw number 61-2020, being a bylaw for the sale of municipal land to DJ Land Development Limited.
Is there a mover for this motion? Councillor Shea, are you moving this motion?
Yes, Councillor Shea, I move the motion.
Deputy Mayor Hutchinson, are you seconding this motion?
Deputy Mayor Hutchinson, I'll second the motion.
Questions from members of council? Councillor Hamilton?
Thank you, Mayor Robinson. Just a quick, I think it's a typo at the end of the bylaw. I read first, second, third time, finally passed this. It says first day of September instead of whatever today is. I believe it's the 15th. Thank you.
Oh, checking my audio. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Mm-hmm.
All right, I believe now we are on Councillor Hergert.
Thank you, Chair. I was curious, where do these funds go to? Do they go into our general revenues in? Where does this money go into? And maybe that's a question for Carrie.
Yeah, our Director of Finance and Treasurer, Director Mighton, is here for a response.
Yes, previous direction from council was that any sale of properties would be put into a municipal capital facilities reserve, and then that is how that reserve has been built up over the years. So barring any other direction, that would be transferred to reserve at year end into that municipal capital facilities reserve.
I would like the motion to direct this monies into a bridge reserve fund. And I would like to make that friendly amendment or direction added to the motion.
So, Clerk Sharbuck, this is the motion with regard to the bylaw. Could you comment procedurally, please?
Yes, through you, Your Worship. The direction of funds from the sale, I think, is a separate issue from adopting the bylaw to sell the land. This is the bylaw to accept the or to approve the agreement of purchase and sale is the final step in a very long process. And how those funds are directed is, I guess, would be a direct motion. It would be separate from the adoption of the bylaw.
Okay.
And should be brought under new business?
Councillor Hergert, we will have to deal with this item under, would that be under item 17, Clerk Sharbuck, new business? Because I do not see this is where we have the notice of motion for Councillor Townsend. And I think in practice, because we don't have a direct motion item, this would be the place, but your comment would be appreciated.
Through your worship, yes, it would be under new business. It would be a direct motion. So that would first require a motion with 2/3 approval to allow the direct motion. It's also a matter that could be brought forward during budget discussions as well, if that was satisfactory to council.
Okay, so Councillor Hergert, there's two options, either under item 17, it would require a 2/3 vote, or this is something you could place during our budget deliberations. Any further comment, Councillor Hergert?
I'll take option number 17. Thank you.
Councillor Shea?
Yes, Councillor Shea, just for the benefit of the public, can we describe where this property is?
Yes.
our planner, Laura Lee Spencer. I believe she's still on the line, and I would ask her to provide that information. And thank you for the question, Councillor. Do we have an indication that Planner Spencer is available for the, I see her name is still on here. Planner Spencer, are you able to respond?
If I may interject, Madam Mayor, Laura Lee may be receiving a prompt on her screen to unmute. It depends if she's still active on her computer. She may not see that response if she has stepped away.
Okay. Madam CAO, are you able to address this? Oh, clerk, thank you.
Thank you. Through your worship, we did have a notice of intent to sell lands on the website as per our sale of land policy. And it was identified, I know the legal description is very difficult to know where that is. So the added information identified it as approximately 3.5 acres in size, generally located between Rock Street and Concession Road number 1, south of Highway 4, Durham, West Grey. So it's just outside of Durham.
Okay, very good. Councillor Shea, does that clarify?
Yes, that's fine. So for people who don't know where that is, that's just a little bit south of the tennis courts in Durham.
Yes.
Yes, okay, thank you.
Thank you. Anything further, members of council? On the motion then, all those in favor, please signify with a check mark. Those not in favor, please signify with an X mark. Mayor Christine Robinson, I am in favor of this motion. As I call your name, members of council, state your name and how you're voting. Councillor Townsend.
Councillor Townsend, in favor.
Councillor Hergert.
Councillor Herger, yes.
Councillor Shea.
Councillor Shea, yes.
Deputy Mayor Hutchinson.
Deputy Mayor Hutchinson, in favor.
Councillor Hamilton.
Councillor Hamilton, yes.
Councillor Hutchinson.
Councillor Hutchinson, in favor.
Motion carried. Now, before I go on to the next bylaw, we have 4 bylaws. We also have new business, of which we know there's a notice of motion from Councillor Townsend. We know that Councillor Hergert may bring her item forward. There may be another item brought forward or more from members of council. And we have addendums the closed session and matters arising for item 18 and 19 is NA, and then we've got question period, Municipal Act, and then the adjournment. The reason I'm stating all of that is because the hour of 11 p.m. is drawing near, and that's when we do conclude our meetings, unless there is a motion to go beyond 11 to, I believe it goes to 11:30 in the procedural bylaw, something along that line, but I defer to the clerk to make sure that's the case. Anyway, I'm using valuable airtime here. Just want to give a heads up to our members of council. On item 16.2, bylaw number 62-2020, Code of Conduct. Madam CAO, on the motion, please.
Through your worship, the recommendation is that council gives first, second, and third final reading to bylaw 62-2020, being a bylaw to adopt council code of conduct.
Is there a mover for this motion? Councillor Hamilton, are you moving this motion?
Councillor Hamilton, yes, I move.
Councillor Hergert, are you seconding this motion?
Councillor Herger, yes.
Questions or comments? Seeing none? All those in favor, check mark. Not in favor, X mark. Mayor Christine Robinson, I am in favor of this motion. Members of council, state your name and how you're voting. Councillor Townsend.
Councillor Townsend, in favor.
Councillor Hergert.
Councillor Herger, yes.
Councillor Shea.
Councillor Shay, yes.
Deputy Mayor Hutchinson,
Deputy Mayor Hutchinson, in favor.
Councillor Hamilton,
Counselor Hamilton, yes.
Councillor Hutchinson,
Councillor Hutchison, in favor.
carried. Item 16.3, bylaw number 63-2020, Hopkins zoning amendment number ZA-07-2020. Members of council, you'll remember this was at the Committee of the Whole Planning of September 8th. Madam Clerk, could you please read the motion?
Through your worship, the recommendation is that council gives first, second, and third and final reading to bylaw 63-2020, being a bylaw to amend the zoning bylaw number 37-2006.
Is there a mover for this motion? Deputy Mayor Hutchinson?
Yep.
Are you making the motion?
This is Deputy Mayor Hutchison. I'll move the motion.
Councillor Townsend, are you seconding this motion?
Councillor Townsend, yes, I'm seconding the motion.
Questions or comments, members of council? Seeing none, on the motion, if you are in favor, please utilize your check mark. If you're not in favor, please utilize your X mark. Mayor Christine Robinson, I am in favor of this motion. Members of council, as I call your name to vote, please state your name and how you're voting. Councillor Hutchinson,
Councillor Hutchison, in favor.
Councillor Hamilton,
Counselor Hamilton, yes.
Deputy Mayor Hutchinson,
Deputy Mayor Hutchinson, in favor.
Councillor Shay,
Councillor Shay, yes.
Councillor Hergert,
Councillor Hergert, no.
Councillor Townsend,
Councillor Townsend, in favor.
motion carried. 16.4, bylaw number 64-2020, Scriven zoning amendment number ZA-08-2020. Clerk Sharback, would you please read the motion?
Through you, your worship, the recommendation is that the council gives first, second, and third and final reading to bylaw 64-2020, being a bylaw to amend the zoning bylaw number 37-2006.
Thank you. Is there a mover for this motion? Councillor Shay, are you moving this motion?
Councillor Shay, I move the motion.
Councillor Hergert, are you seconding this motion?
Councillor Hergert, yes.
Questions or comments, members of council? On the motion, if you are in favor, please signify with a check mark. If you're not in favor, signify with an X mark. Mayor Christine Robinson, I am in favor of this motion. Members of council, as I call your name, please state your name and how you're voting. Councillor Hutchinson,
Councillor Hutchison, in favor.
Councillor Hamilton.
Council,
Please again, Councillor Hamilton, state your name and how you're voting.
Counselor Hamilton, yes.
Deputy Mayor Hutchinson,
Deputy Mayor Hutchinson, in favor.
Councillor Shay,
Councillor Shay, yes.
Councillor Hergert,
Yes.
Councillor Hergert, could you please restate your name and how you're voting?
Councillor Hergert, yes.
Councillor Townsend,
Councillor Townsend, in favor.
motion carried. Okay, we have one more bylaw. 16.5, bylaw number 65-2020, confirming proceedings of council. Clerk Sharback, could you please read the motion?
Through your worship, the recommendation is that council gives first, second, and third and final reading to bylaw number 65-2020, being a bylaw to confirm matters addressed at the September 15th, 2020 regular council meeting.
Is there a mover for this motion? Councillor Hergert, are you moving this motion?
Councillor Hergert, yes.
Councillor Shay, are you seconding this motion?
Councillor Shay, yes, I second the motion.
Questions or comments? On the motion, all those in favor, please check mark it. If you're not in favor, X mark it. Mayor Christine Robinson, I am in favor of this motion. Members of council, state your name and how you're voting. Councillor Townsend,
Councillor Townsend in favor.
Councillor Hergert,
Councillor Hergert, yes.
Councillor Shay,
Councillor Shay, yes.
Deputy Mayor Hutchinson,
Deputy Mayor Hutchinson in favor.
Councillor Hamilton,
Counselor Hamilton, yes.
Councillor Hutchinson,
Councillor Hutchison in favor.
motion carried. Before we move on to item 17, new business, I am looking for, if council so entertains, a motion to go beyond 11. Madam Clerk, does the motion within our procedural bylaw speak to we can go beyond 11, but only to 11:30? I just want clarification on that.
Sure, Your Worship. The procedural bylaw, section 5.6 reads that for all meetings, no items of business shall be dealt with after 11 p.m. unless consent has been obtained as per section 3.1. Should the meeting agenda not be completed, all items left over shall be carried over to the next meeting. Section 3.1 requires a 2/3 vote. So whatever, it's council's prerogative to pass a motion with a 2/3 vote to continue past 11, or adjourn now and add the new business items to the next agenda, which is the only portion of the agenda with items still on it.
Great, you're providing two solutions. Either we get a motion to go beyond 11, or we can deal with these items when we are maybe more alert and fresh and have it on another agenda. I'm looking to Councillor Shay first.
Councillor Shay, thank you. I don't really, I'm not at my best at this hour. So I think we should start these meetings earlier. I don't know why we start at 6 or 7. Why don't we start at 4 or 5 or, to be able to cover the material that we need to cover. I don't see any urgency in this motion. So I'd propose that we postpone.
So I'd look for, are you moving the motion that we just put, pardon me, Sherba?
Is the motion to adjourn?
What Councillor Shay is proposing is that we put the new business items, any of those, onto the next agenda. And also his comment with regard to starting the meeting early, that is under advisement, and our clerk can include that in her report as she's addressing the procedural bylaw changes. So thank you for bringing that forward. Councillor, first of all, Clerk Sherbeck, do we need a motion to put these items on the next agenda?
Through your worship, no, we don't. That will happen automatically. It will come and they will be the first items on the next agenda.
Okay.
Business brought forward from the previous meeting. So that will automatically happen, that they'll be brought forward if they're not addressed this evening.
Great. I'm hoping other members of council feel that way. Councillor Townsend.
Yes, since the first item on that new business item is mine, it's not time sensitive. I would be more than happy to see us move on. And
Thank you for being very gracious. Councillor Hergert. I've got 4 minutes on my iPad phone.
Thank you, Chair. I would move a motion that we continue beyond 11 o'clock, only to deal with the revenue of the sale of property funds, to direct those to the Bridge Reserve Fund. And then we can conclude.
So Councillor Hergert has a motion. Is it appropriate at this spot? We've got 3 minutes. Is this the appropriate time for that? Yes. Okay. Is there a seconder, or do we move all these items forward to the next agenda? Is there a seconder for Councillor Hergert's motion? Seeing none. All right. So there is no seconder. Councillor Hutchinson, before I go through the balance of the agenda, please.
Yeah, Councillor Hutchison, I just think that I have a new business item too, and I don't think that even the one with designating where the money goes from sale of land is that time sensitive that we can't put it off. So I'd be in favor of just calling it quits and move the items to the agenda.
Thank you, Councillor Hutchinson, and thank you to other members of council. So item 18, addendum, NA. Item 19, closed session, incomplete items only, NA. Item 20, matters arising from the closed session is an NA. Item 21, we've got 2 minutes. Supervisor Hewlett, is there anybody for question period? We'll have to keep this really close.
Any members of the public wishing to speak during comment period as of now can raise their hand using *9 via phone or clicking the raise their hand button located in the bottom right hand corner of their screen. Alternatively, they can send a chat message to myself. At this time, I am not seeing any members of the public wishing to speak.
Thank you. Item 22, Municipal Act, notices NA. I'm looking at item 23, adjournment. Clerk Sharbeck, could you read the motion?
Your worship, the recommendation is that we do now adjourn at 10:59 p.m. to meet again on October 6th, 2020 at 10 a.m. or at the call of the chair.
Deputy Mayor, are you moving the motion?
Yes, this is Deputy Mayor Hutchison. I'll move the motion.
Councillor Hutchinson, are you seconding the motion?
Councillor Hutchison, I could second the motion, yes.
All those in favor signify with a check mark. Those not in favor with an X mark. Mayor Christine Robinson, I am in favor of this motion. State your name and how you're voting. Councillor Townsend.
Councillor Townsend in favor.
Councillor Hergert.
Councillor Hergert, yes.
Councillor Shea.
Councillor Shea, yes.
Deputy Mayor Hutchinson.
Deputy Mayor Hutchison in favor.
Councillor Hamilton.
Councillor Hamilton, yes.
Councillor Hutchinson.
Councillor Hutchison in favor.
Motion carried. We stand adjourned. It's 10:59 p.m. We stand adjourned. Well done, members of council, staff, and the public.